Good morning, everyone. Do I have All right, welcome to the public hearing for the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I'm the Senate Chair, Senator Slapp, joined by my colleague and co-chair, Representative Haddad, and other distinguished members. Representative Haddad, any comments before we get going?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have 34 people who are signed up to testify. I would remind folks, in order, just so that we're respectful of everybody's time, that we have a 3-minute limit for testimony, and certainly then we'd open it up to questions after that. So for people who are new to testifying, oftentimes what is a good strategy is to instead of just reading verbatim your testimony, which is submitted, so we all have a chance to review, but to potentially summarize. But at the end of the 3 minutes, we'll give you a moment to complete your thought and wrap it up. But we hope everybody understands the need for time management. Representative Bronco, any comments before we get going on your end? No? Okay. Great. So our first person who's going to be testifying is Kelly Marie Valeries, who's from the Connecticut Office of Workforce Strategy. And she's going to be, most of the people testifying are going to be joining us in person. So that's a great thing. Good to see you, and good morning to you. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Co-Chair Slapp and Co-Chair Haddad and Rep Bronco and distinguished members of the committee. My testimony is short and sweet today. We're here on 3 technical changes to some legislation that has passed. The first one is regarding the General Statute 4-142 to establish a career accelerator program. OWS is very excited about this program. We have done a year's worth of in-depth studies on how to put this program together, and we're at the point of having our funding has been allocated, and we are at the point of hiring a fund manager. And so what we're asking for is just to simply move the date out for implementation from January 25th to January 27th. So very simple, and very much looking forward to sharing with you more information about that program as it is launched. The second is another date change for the Human Services Pipeline, General Statute 4-124. We have done extensive work over the last several years on understanding the direct support professional kind of landscape. And these are workers that directly support people with intellectual and physical disabilities and substance abuse issues, whether it's in-home, long-term care, or short-term care facilities. And we've been able to put together a solid foundation of what a training program should look like, with the specialties added on top of that should really streamline the ability to bring people in to fill the many, many thousand open jobs in this work. And we are currently working with other agencies to get that approved to be able to move those training forward. And we do need to just change the date to submit our report to July of 2026. And then finally, General Statute 10-365 with language around us putting together an HVAC training program. That funding was pulled back from OPM. It really didn't fit the work that we do, as OWS does not establish licensure trade programs, and so we just need that striked out of the requirements for our agency to do. And that is the extent of my testimony today.
Thank you, Kelly Marie. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for her? Yes, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Kelly.
Hello.
Thanks for starting us off today. Really appreciate it. As you said, the testimony you gave, pretty straightforward. I did want to ask, especially because in this language, there's reference of the Career Accelerator Program account within the Career Connect CT Workforce Training Program. Can you share with us as a committee what's happening with Career Connect and what the status of is it moving forward? That would be super helpful.
Absolutely. So Career Connect has exceeded all of its goals. So we've trained over 7,000 people. 80% of them have completed programming and 80% have been placed. So we're very excited about the outcomes. We are at the end of the funding stream of that. And so we have a report out that I'm happy to share with you that shows exactly the status of where those programs are. Now, we've just been authorized and allocated $10 million of our bond dollars, and we will be putting out requests for quotes fairly soon on how we can keep those programs up and running, the best of those programs, with the limited $10 million that we have to move them forward.
Thank you for that. And with the 10 million that you referenced, does that capture the needs that you view are out there for the Career Connect program, or are those in excess of $10 million?
So we are supportive of the governor's budget, and the 10 million has been allocated. There is another 20 million that was authorized, and we will be moving forward with a request for those funds to be released at the governor's discretion.
And finally, with the Career Connect process that you've gone through, obviously the accelerator is a part of it, but are there a certain number of programs that have been most successful that are the ones you're trying to have continuation of?
Absolutely. So we are looking at the best of those programs to be eligible, and then opening it up for newer programs and that have been very innovative. Just two quick highlights. The We Rise program for reentry has trained and placed over 840 second chance citizens, so we're super proud of that. And the Building Trades Training Institute was launched using funding for Career Connect, and they, I think, doubled their goals. And so we're very excited to see that they're getting a line item to sustain the work that they're continuing to do.
Thank you for that. Yes, I've personally visited the Building Trades program, and as you said, I think they've showcased really how much you can do for getting folks into the field that might not have been exposed to it before, and what opportunities are there. Thank you for clarifying that there's the opportunity right now for the 10 million, but that there is the other 20 that as legislators we can also advocate for, because I think not only were there great outcomes with Career Connect, we know that there is significant need to continue a lot of our workforce development programs, especially as there's greater requirements on us from the federal government for folks to seek work. So thank you for those updates, and again, happy that the testimony today can be so straightforward, but I wanted to understand how the accelerator again fit into the greater Career Connect conversation. So thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Dad.
Thank you, and thank you for being here to offer your testimony. We I had a couple of questions about the legislation. Just so I understand. So Section 1 is the section that deals with the Human Services Career Pipeline. And you said that the funding has not been allocated to serve for you to meet this mandate, and so suggest repealing the mandate, although you were going to do the assessment piece, right? Can you tell me when were these provisions originally put into state statute?
I believe 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yes.
And do you remember, I'm just wondering if you remember the mechanism by which these provisions were adopted in our state statutes. Was it a standalone piece of legislation, or was it sort of back of the budget kind of language?
I will have to get back to you on the answer to that question, but I certainly will. The work that has been done is extensive, and although there was not funding appropriated to run those training programs, we fully expect that those types of training programs will be part of the next iteration of Career Connect and the investments that we make.
Okay, and then similarly for the last suggestion, section 3, eliminating section 10-265S, if, you know, it would be helpful if you could go, provide us with a little bit more legislative history on that section. I'm just curious to know when we adopted that provision. That helps me go back and sort of figure out who was looking for what at the time it was adopted, and understanding like how these programs were established in the first place. Okay.
Absolutely. Happy to reply back with that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? I see none, so I think you are free to
Great.
enjoy the rest of your day. So thanks for your
Thank you very
time.
much. Thank you.
All right. Up next is Nathan First, with UConn, Vice President for Student Life and Enrollment. Nathan, good to see you, and thanks again for your work on the Promise Task Force. I know you have a lot on your plate anyway, so to add that to it, we're grateful for your leadership on that, and good morning to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Representative Bronco, and members of the committee. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm Nathan First, the Vice President for Student Life and Enrollment at the University of Connecticut. I also serve on the Board of Directors for the New Haven Promise Program, and I'm here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 380. I also want to thank my colleagues across the programs of the state, Patricia, Kalanda, Savan, our own Mona Lucas, who partners with them through our collaborations in New Haven, Hartford, and Waterbury. And a huge thank you to Richard Sugarman and Kelvin Roldan on their exceptional leadership of the task force. As Connecticut's flagship research university, UConn is deeply committed to expanding access, supporting student success, and strengthening our state's workforce. The recommendations in this bill come at a critical moment for Connecticut higher education. We face two urgent realities. First, Connecticut ranks near the bottom nationally in retaining college-bound students, with nearly 4 in 10 leaving the state to pursue more affordable options, in many instances elsewhere. Second, the number of Connecticut high school seniors is projected to decline over the next decade. Fewer graduates means intensified competition for students and real enrollment pressure across all of Connecticut's public institutions. A statewide Promise program is a strategic response to both challenges. By making college more affordable and predictable, we can keep more Connecticut students here, reduce out-migration, and stabilize enrollment across our higher education system. At the same time, demographic shifts are showing growing numbers of Hispanic and first-generation students who are highly motivated, but often face unmet financial need. A robust, well-funded Promise model ensures these students see a clear, affordable pathway to attend and complete college in Connecticut. The proposed Scholar Success Grant Program and investments in local Promise initiatives would align financial aid, student supports, and accountability in a coordinated statewide strategy. This is not just about access, it's about completion, talent retention, and long-term economic growth in the state of Connecticut. With the declining number of high school students ahead, we cannot afford inaction. A Promise program will help keep our students in the state, prevent enrollment declines across Connecticut, and strengthen our workforce pipeline. UConn stands ready to partner to implement this vision. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to Connecticut's future. Thank you, everybody.
Nathan, thanks very much. One question for you, and we'll see if my colleagues have any. You know, I really appreciated the discussion on the task force, and we've had some kind of offline discussions too about making sure that the additional investment that's being contemplated in the bill, which would be if we were to fully fund what we're thinking about here for the four years, so 4 different cohorts, would be an additional $120 million, right, on top of the $40 million essentially that we already have for Willis. I'm using kind of approximate numbers there. But that there's been some conversations about making sure that additional aid doesn't offset existing, right, institutional aid. We don't want it to essentially be something where, hey, the state's putting more in, so then, as an example, a university could say, okay, we're going to give more aid to out-of-state students, right, or something like that. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. So can you kind of expand on that a little bit? I just want to try to assure folks who are watching this and folks who are invested in this that we're really looking to expand access and lower costs through Promise, not offset or displace existing aid.
Yeah, and more work is needed there to analyze the true impact and to ensure that our students across our institutions truly are going to benefit, and it's going to be a net increase in their aid and therefore a reduced net cost to the student and them pursuing their college education. So absolutely on board with that in terms of a policy, and it's something that we need to ensure we avoid the negative consequences and don't just simply have some type of shell game associated with financial aid that doesn't actually help students at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, exactly. And just one other question. This came up in the, I asked this of you and President Merrick in the Appropriations Committee, but my understanding is that, in-state applications are, if not declining, but that there's some concern, right, that we're, by us not giving enough both institutional aid to UConn, and then on the scholarship side, to your point, with the competitive environment, that we may see, right, the continuation of this trend of seeing fewer in-state applicants. Can you speak to that? I mean, because for me, it was shocking to hear that while the for other reasons, we have a strain when it comes to international applicants, right, as well. So we have that, but just we want to be competitive. We have to be competitive, right, when it comes to price in UConn. If you could kind of speak to that environment and the stress that you're facing right now in terms of in-state applications, that'd be great.
Yeah, without question. The backdrop is the decline in the number of high school graduating seniors, which is driven by nothing more than birth rate for the most part. Some migratory patterns are factored into that. But basically, we're going to have fewer high school graduates in the state of Connecticut. It's going to impact all of higher education in the state. It's not just the state of Connecticut, it's across the entire Northeast and other areas of the country as well. That being the case, we need to make sure that we're doing everything possible to keep our higher education opportunities, certainly at the University of Connecticut, inclusive of other institutions as well, as affordable as possible, as attractive as possible also for out-of-state students and international students, which you mentioned, to want to come to the state of Connecticut. And as you may know, in recent stats, a very significant number of our Connecticut students who go to UConn, they stay in the state after they graduate and they enter the workforce, but also students that we bring from outside the state, they stay in the state too and become permanent residents of the state of Connecticut, and we're basically bringing talent into the state, and we are keeping talent in the state. That ought to be the perspective and function of the university's flagship university, and so we're definitely behind that.
Thank you, Nathan. Let me see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Yes, Representative Branco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Nathan. Thanks for being
to see
here. And as my appointment to the task force, I get to take credit for your work, but you've done me proud. I truly appreciate your input into all this and the thoughtful approach that the whole task force took. And you're the first one testifying on it. I might have questions also for the chairs, but as I read through, I'm wondering, as I understand it, some of the private programs are managed a little bit differently through the state. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Waterbury might be mostly privately funded. Hartford not. Is that?
Yeah, it varies from one program to the next in terms of their financing models. The fundamentals of the programs are consistent with wraparound support services for students, and it's not just scholarships, right? It's actually providing support to students along their path to college, through, and then back to their communities once they graduate.
Right, which I think is what makes it so effective as a program, and why I like the idea of expanding it. I mean, quite honestly, some of the concerns is just how much it would take. And my question is, I wonder if there's avenues to get more private sector buy-in to investment in these programs so that, the appropriation isn't entirely on the state. Can we partner with local companies? And, we heard our story earlier from our friend at the Travelers, if he's still here. Companies that I'm sure are benefiting from the program. Can we get some buy-in on their end to help support the program financially?
Yeah, and that's the case today. And kudos to many corporations and Yale and other organizations that have been champions for the existing programs and their support. I don't think that it should be completely on the state. I actually think that it's critical that we have corporate partners, community leaders, and others that are willing to step up and partner with us on this, because it puts skin in the game, and then also, allows us to continue to expand upon the vision of what we're intending to do. It will benefit the companies at the end of the day for us to have an educated workforce that they can hire students that graduate from our institutions into their companies.
I agree, and that's why it's an easy program to support, because it benefits everybody all around. So I appreciate the discussion and this report to get the conversation going, and I'll be looking forward to working on it and seeing what we can do. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Representative Haddad.
Really just keying off of one line in your testimony, your written testimony anyways. Thanks for giving us the abbreviated version when you
You're
spoke.
welcome.
We appreciate that. You say these trends jeopardize our ability to build a diverse, skilled workforce and sustain economic leadership. I think oftentimes people think that we might be talking about education for education's sake, but I know that UConn has a number of partnerships with employers throughout the state. I know that there's employers are increasingly concerned about whether or not they can meet their workforce needs here. I was wondering if you could just flesh that out a little bit to us about the what it means when students leave the state due to accessibility or affordability concerns, and whether or not we are capable as a state of meeting our workforce needs in the future.
Yeah, I'll start with the students, and that's what we should always start with, right? Because we have to put them at the forefront of the conversation. When students leave the state, a few things can happen. Oftentimes when you leave the state and you go to another institution, the tuition is higher, just like it is for UConn, right? So our out-of-state students pay more than in-state students. We see an awful lot of those students coming back to the state of Connecticut as transfer students and coming into our institution, in large part because they've accrued a lot of debt. And quite honestly, it's just not affordable. So now you have a student that is completing their degree at UConn. We're really excited about that, but their debt load is going to be higher than a student that would have just done all 4 years at the University of Connecticut. Another thing can happen, and that is that they leave, they get their education, and then they don't come back. And so it's a brain drain concern that we have, of course, when students leave the state that way. As we then transition the conversation to employers, Electric Boat needs engineers. They tell us that it's really, really great when they get Connecticut engineers, Connecticut trained engineers, because they stay, they work for them and they stay, and they don't have to have such a revolving door. And certainly they're a company that recruits engineers all across the country. They'll continue to do that and be successful in doing it, but we complement each other that way if we are able to produce more trained engineers in that instance that can work for Electric Boat, stay in the state and service the needs, not just of the state and that particular company, but in this case, for the country and the national security. So,
Nathan, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so that'll do it. Thanks again for your leadership
Thank
on
you.
that task force. Thank you. Representative Buckby. There he is. And you have a distinguished guest with you that we look forward to meeting. Good morning to you for 4 more minutes this morning. So good to see you again, Bill.
We'll do that a little easier over here. Good morning. Good morning to the committee, my colleagues, my friends. Good to see you all. It's odd to be in this committee with you all, but it's the first time for everything, right? Thank you for taking time. We're here to talk about House Bill 5417, which is, I'd love to say, we all come up here with our ideas, and we bring up ideas for ourselves that we push and talk about. I'm lucky enough to have the person who presented this idea want to come up with me. This is Warren Hengel, who's going to talk about that with us. He's a little further down your list, but I figure we can knock off 2 birds with 1 stone. It might be the way to go. It's a unique idea, and it's an idea that we've been trying for several years, so I really want to thank leadership for taking the step to bring this forward, to give this a public hearing today. We're going to talk about the positives. If you have questions on opposition, I'm more than happy to take that when we're done, but I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Henkel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. I hope you don't mind me standing because of my stature. I think it'd be a little easier for you to see me. When I joined the Marine Corps in 1986, there weren't very many options for us to get educational benefits. I had to sign up for 8 years. I had to sign an 8-year contract in order to get $240 a month for 10 months for the 2 years that I finished my 4-year degree. While I was in college, while I was serving my country, and while I was doing my duty in the reserves, I had to take on a second job in order to pay for my college. In New York, we have the SUNY system, and that college education costs about $7,000 a year. $2,400 a year from the government was really not going to cut it. Let's fast forward. I go to war. I come out of war. I'm 26 years old. I find a beautiful wife. We have 2 children within our first 3 years of marriage. The first thing that we did was, okay, how are we going to pay for college education for these children? We started it with a 529 plan, and we start putting money away. You know, $300, $200, what we can do. 7 years after my second child, we had a third child. What a wonderful surprise. We were blessed with a third child. Unfortunately, like most couples, 50% of us, we got divorced. With divorce came debt and other responsibilities. Most of that is put on me because my wife at the time did not work. So for those 15 years, she was a stay-at-home mom, which is extremely important in our society. With that, I was gladly to pay alimony, child support, all of my children's needs for education, half of the education if they were to go on to college, pay for their health benefits and all of that. At the end of the day, there was not a lot of water left in the well. So when my children did go to college, what was left after I paid off all our debt and split the assets was just a little bit of money left in my IRA. So I used my IRA as a ATM machine, and I had to pay for college through that, which was fine. I am more than happy to supply everything I need for my children because I think anybody here who has children, you want your child's life to be better than yours. And that's what I wanted. I didn't want my children to join the service. I didn't want them to see the things I did. I wouldn't walk my dog in half the places that I slept and ate. So I wanted them to have a better life than me. So with that, at the end of the day, I'm dirt broke. I have no 401k, I have no IRA, and again, I'm glad to be where I am today because my children are better off. They're better people who they are because they went to college. With that, my ex-wife had the ability to get college loans, and she had our children pay her half. So now my daughter's 31 years old, paying off college education in a college that she had to go out of state because she did get accepted to UConn, but we couldn't afford UConn. So with the scholarships she received, she was able to go out of state. My son followed suit. Unfortunately, with COVID, he was not able to finish his degree in engineering. Now he's got 3.5 years of college that he has to pay for at 29 years old and did not finish his degree. Very fortunate, our third child was extremely smart, graduated magna cum laude, and had a lot of her college paid for by scholarships. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, what this did for us, what this can do for us, and if I may add just briefly, I had to go bankrupt because all the debt that I incurred while I was paying for my child's education so they can be, left with hardly any debt, I incurred myself, and that's fine. So I'm glad to do it and do it all over again. But what this bill would do for my children, for all of our children, for all those that served, that fought for our country, I've had 8 surgeries in the last 6 years. Many of that comes stemming from my service in the Marine Corps. I was exposed to chemicals in the Gulf War. My body took a toll, wearing a pack of 150 pounds a day for 7 years. But that's okay. I don't mind. I did it for you, and for you, and for you. So you don't have to wear this uniform. You don't have to do the things I did. I'm only 5'5", 165 pounds. Actually, I weighed a lot less than that back then. I think the pack weighed more than I did, But I can't tell you again how important this bill would mean to a service member like myself that at least just one of my children would have the ability to have just their tuition paid for. And then we could work about, how to pay for the rest. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time, and I'm very happy to address any questions.
Thank you, and just want to thank you for your service to our country and to
My
all
pleasure,
of us.
sir.
Thank
It's
you very
still weird
much.
to hear that because I didn't go into the service to be thanked. When I first came back from the Gulf War and people were thanking me for my service, I didn't know how to reply. So I just thank you for acknowledging my service, and again, that was my job. Just as, you know, what you do, this is your job. So if
Well-
someone came up to you and thanked you, it seems a little weird, right?
Yes, I don't get that nearly as much as you do, nor should I. So yours is very well deserved, and it feels almost inadequate just to say thank you for your service, because I know we all owe you a great deal of debt. So we're profoundly grateful to you. Let me see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Representative Bronco.
I don't want to usurp the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hango, thank you for coming out today.
My pleasure.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to express my thanks for your service as well. And you know, this raises an interesting discussion, and I think it's a good one to have. Oftentimes, the veterans get thanked for what they do, rightfully so, but we don't always think about the families who are back home picking up what needs to be done at home so the veterans can be off protecting us. And so this bill raises the interesting point about these tuition waivers, that if not used by the veteran, can or should they be handed down to a child? So I thank you for raising the idea and the conversation. I hope it's a good one that we can have. There was some testimony online in, I don't want to say in opposition, I don't think I'm opposed to the idea, but maybe some language things we need to work on in the bill to make it to work. So, you know, we chatted a little bit, and I think, you know, are you open to the discussion to working through, you know, how we can maybe track, because it seems from what we're seeing in the testimony that a lot of the use for these veteran waivers are tracked independently by the different universities. And so we might need to figure out a way to kind of universally track what veterans have used or have not used these waivers to determine what children are actually eligible. You know, so
I'm happy to address that too. Thank you for the good question. And it was funny because we submit this as a concept, right? And then it gets written and we go, okay, there's a lot of questions that we have as well when we see the bill come through, as much as anyone else. I think the tracking would be fairly simple, to be honest. It's an application just like any other grant would be that we do through the state, any other process that we have within the state, any scholarship that would be for a child going through. This could easily be tracked on our end, even to the point of, if need be, and I don't mean to overstep, because this is your concept more so, but even if this went to state schools only, that makes it a little bit easier for us to track on our end, so the state would be able to see exactly who's using the benefit and who is not. So it certainly can be tracked. It can be retro-tracked. We can see who's used it in the past, what veterans have stepped up and have had that chance to, and those who have not, be able to apply and say, this is where I did not use it. You can see where the money wasn't used, and we'd like to move forward that way. So I think it's a fairly simple tracking, and I did see I agree, it's not really opposition. It's solid questions that were put forward, and I think that's great. I think that discussion is critical, and I am more than happy to help if need be with some JFS language for this going forward, if we can move this by. Anything else you'd like to add to that?
At each town level, if a veteran wants to take advantage of their benefit towards their taxes, whether it be for their vehicles or for their home, they have to register with the town. So right off the bat, the town is already recording that they have a veteran, and they are keeping track of which veteran is using the benefit for their home taxes or for their vehicles. So I would imagine, and as I was reading the not rebuttal, but you know, the concerns, that we already have veterans using this benefit at UConn. How are they tracking it? I would presume you already have something in place to keep track of what benefits are going to what veterans. And as you know, as Bill said, keep it within the state system.
I think those are all good points, and I hope we can bring those to the discussion moving forward and figure out how to maybe tighten language to make sure that it's workable and can, you know, weed out any potential abuse of it too, to make sure that people using it are the ones who should be using it. Which I guess leads me to my next question. If you have 2 or 3 kids, how do you choose which kid to give the waiver to?
I think you go by your favorite child, would be how it works. Well, it's funny because some of that question was there, right? What if you have both parents are veterans and you have one child? Can you stack that? I think if each veteran has put in the time and they've earned that, they deserve that, right? You can stack that, I would think, for one child. If there's multiple children and one veteran who is a parent, you need to make that decision because it's not going to be you, it's going to be for your child. I think fair is fair. We're not trying to make this unfair advantage for anyone. We want to make it fair that this benefit gets used and they have the opportunity to not put themselves in as heavy of a debt situation. So yeah, you've earned this stipend, you've earned these dollars. Let's put it toward a child. If you have 2 children, well, use it toward your first child and hope that they help make enough money after they graduate college, they can help pay for the second maybe. But I think it's fair is for one child, or to stack if it's more than one parent. And if there's any more you wanted to add to that as well.
I think Representative Buckby covered everything that we discussed earlier about this. Yeah, stacking it for if they have one child that gets their undergrad and then their graduate degree only through a state college, state university. Multiple children, as Representative Buckby said, you go with your favorite, of course. But in all seriousness, yeah, I think just one for one.
All right, again, I thank you for bringing this up for discussion, and I look forward to the conversation ahead and figuring out, how we can really work this legislation to make it work. So thanks again for your testimony today.
In closing, I'm more than happy to be, part of any discussion you have with any committee, whether it be yourselves, the Education Committee, or the Veterans Committee, wherever it takes. I think I've already proven in my 7 years in the Marine Corps, going to war and doing what I've done, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get this bill passed. Because isn't the future of our society, our town, our state in the hands of our children? Thank you.
Thank you, and don't go anywhere quite yet, because we do have some more questions. And I know which child of mine I would give the benefit to, but I'm not going to say. Anyway, Representative Haddad, you?
Thank you. I'm fortunate. I only have one child, so I don't have to make such a choice. I wouldn't have to make such a choice. Thank you, and like my colleague said, thank you for your service. We appreciate your work. Representative Buckby, I was just going to address you because I think this is an interesting idea, and I think that everybody in our society owes a debt to veterans, especially combat veterans, but anybody who's willing to sign up and volunteer and serve in service of our country. My concern about the bill is addressed by this draft of the bill. You might notice the bill was expanded to include reimbursement to state institutions for the provision of this benefit to folks who deserve waivers. There's currently a list of beneficiaries of waivers to public universities in our state statutes. Collectively, those waivers cause a revenue loss at public institutions that is estimated to be somewhere between $16 and $20 million. None of that is compensated by the state, and as somebody who serves on the Appropriations Committee, I can tell you that is rarely, I can't remember a time when it has come up, is it under consideration when we're figuring out what the block grant, what our normal subsidy would be to the institution, which is set differently. As a consequence, public institutions make up for that revenue loss through increased tuition and fees on other students. Or perhaps there are efficiencies and that can be made. But I think but my primary concern is how can we do this in a way that doesn't require other students to foot the bill. And so the other provisions in the legislation that's in front of us think that over and suggest that we should compensate on a dollar-for-dollar basis waivers that are provided by institutions to well-deserving recipients through a mechanism in the general fund. Is that something you would support?
I would. I think that's a great question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The concept is kind of out of the blue, but the allocation has been there for years. Right? We've talked about the allocation. If every veteran who came back from service had applied to put this in, it's the same dollar amount, right? And not every veteran will take advantage of this going forward. We're not going to see 100% of those veterans going back to ask for that, and some that have already used it on their own, let alone to not be able to use it for their children. So I think that's OLR is going to have their work ahead of them with us on this one, no question. And I think that's certainly something I would consider, but I think that's part of working this through. As again, I didn't write the legislation that we see before us, and I'm reading it with you, going, is that the right way to go? Is that the right route and the right path? You all know better. I mean, I have never been on this committee, but I have been on Veterans Affairs, and I am sitting on Veteran and Military Affairs. And I see the impact this would make on a lot of our veterans who would like to be able to pass this along to their children too. So I think it's critical that we do it as well. And I think it's critical if we come back with the dollars from reviewing the whole process, where does this put us? Let's find the best solution, because these are dollars we've already planned to allocate for our veterans as it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that when LCO or institutions, OFA or institutions do an analysis of how much the benefit would cost them when they're putting together their budgets, they calculate out a potential use rate. And my complaint is not, again, is not at all about whether or not the folks who earn waivers through the statute deserve them. I think statutory waivers, as I look through the thing, I'm hard pressed to find a population that is written into the law now that is granted a waiver, to find somebody who's undeserving of that waiver. My only concern is that, later today we'll be hearing from students who are struggling to pay existing college tuition and fees, and adding to that burden is something I want to try to avoid. And I additionally think that if we as a legislature believe that veterans and their kids deserve waivers, we should put our money where our mouth is, and we should pay for that, and not make other students do that. Now, that would be a cost that would be borne by all taxpayers, and not just other students who attend the institution. And that, I think, is a more appropriate decision for us to make. Last year, we expanded waivers to, I can't remember, it came out of the Veterans Committee. You might remember better than I what the population was. There's bill pending upstairs in the Public Safety Committee that would probably double the revenue loss due to waivers by extending it to all police and firefighters. Another group of people who run towards danger rather than away from danger, like me. So I mean, I think there's lots of folks who are deserving. I want to be able to support this, and just think that the best path to do that is through us appropriating dollars for the purpose. Thank you.
Representative, you mentioned that you're on appropriations as well, correct? I think that's an incredible opportunity for us as legislators to find the dollars when we get to that budget process. I can say, without being too hard pressed, that if we really put our heads together, we could find those dollars within the budget that's there and cut some things that may be some of the fat within the budget. And I'm not going to get into any political discussions for anyone that's been going on in this building for the last year. I think if we put our heads together, we could most certainly do this. This is not a partisan piece. This is something we can most certainly find those dollars within the budget of existing dollars for those who, again, those who are running toward danger, not away from it, across the board.
Thanks for your comments, and thank you both for your testimony.
Representative Collins Maine.
Hi, I'll be brief. Most of my question was actually answered. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your line of questioning. And my question is this. I also, first of all, thank you for your service and for your compelling testimony. I also
My
have
pleasure.
3 grown children, and one has staggering loans due to being in medical school. So my question has to do with the process itself, and a lot of those questions were answered, but regarding the waiver going forward, how it actually gets implemented, which maybe is a sidebar conversation. But second, because you mentioned that your middle child has not finished college, if we pass this legislation, would that actually help that child?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your question. It's a great question. My son didn't go to state school, so I would say no. He's not eligible for the benefit unless he comes back to Connecticut, goes to UConn, and finishes his robotic engineering degree. Then that waiver should be passed along to him.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And like degree completion is something that, a lot of people need support with. So I appreciate your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? I do not see any. So Representative Buckby, thank you for your testimony, and thank you, sir, for your service once again.
My
to our
pleasure. If I
country.
may add just something that has nothing to do with this. Everybody, please keep in mind, there's 22 veterans a day that commit suicide. And this is very close to my heart because I've known a few, men that have committed suicide. And they had families. They had children. And a lot of it had to do with the financial strain, along with being, coming back from war and being acclimated back to civilian life. It's not easy. Like I said, I was very fortunate to meet somebody, marry him. Fortunately, we got divorced, but now I'm with a wonderful woman from Naugatuck. She's amazing, and she knows me, and she gets it. Yes, she's phenomenal. I'm truly blessed to have someone like
Butter
that.
up the chairs, not the ranking.
Doing my best. But in all honesty, the ones that I knew that committed suicide, it was the financial strain that really got to them. They went back to their old jobs, and some of them couldn't take their old job because they couldn't be, their bosses didn't understand where they were coming from, mindset and such. And they were like, all right, what are we going to do now with, how are we going to supply, take care of our families? How are we going to get to college? How are we going to pay for their college? And they did what they did because of that. So today's testimony for me was about me personally. I shared with strangers my life. My testimony in writing was about, the economics of it. Today, it's about me. It's about the veteran that I'm voicing, millions for. And again, I thank you. I can go on forever, but, feel free to contact me through Bill. Find me on Facebook. I'm an open book. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all.
Thank you again. Jay Williams. Is Jay, there's Jay. You made it back from the dentist. You'd rather be at the dentist than at our news conference. What does that say, huh? Good to see you, Jay.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, members of the committee. Good to be with you all, and all of the students and representatives of the nonprofit organizations and higher academic institutions. My name is Jay Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Hartford Gives Foundation, formerly known as the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving. We've submitted written testimony, so I'll focus my time on just highlighting a few key points. Last year, in recognition of our 100th anniversary, the foundation launched the Greater Future Scholarship Program. And Representative Bronco, you raised a good question about private investment. The Greater Hartford Gives Foundation made a $30 million commitment to a Promise program in partnership with Hartford Promise. It awards up to $100,000 to Hartford Promise scholars as they attend four-year institutions. This program provides a clear, debt-free pathway to college with expansive support services in high school, in college, and beyond. So not just the scholarship dollars, but the wraparound services that we think are so critical. Like most community foundations, we've long supported traditional scholarships and will continue to do so. But the reality is that while a $3,000 to $5,000 scholarship might alleviate some financial burden, it is no longer sufficient to advance our long-term goals of increasing graduation rates and lowering post-college debt. Soaring tuition and uncertain financial aid systems demand that we rethink how philanthropy supports post-secondary success. And Senate Bill 380 signals that the private sector realizes it must do the same. The effectiveness of the Promise model and current programs in Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, and Bridgeport has demonstrated and documented in the task force report. Over 5,000 students supported with investments of over $55 million. Over 1,800 students currently in college and 1,800 plus students who have graduated from the established programs in Hartford, New Haven, resulting in 700 internships, almost 300 career placements, and 250 business and nonprofit partners. Higher education, as we all know, is a key to individual success, economic mobility, and generational wealth building. Yet the cost of college has created a student debt crisis that is hindering the future of Connecticut's young people and the prosperity of our state. The reality is that scholarships have not kept pace with the escalating cost of college. As a priority, we urge the state to partner with us and others to support the existing Promise programs to help sustain them and the learning that we've gotten from these models. We recommend providing support of $4.8 million and requiring annual state flexible grant funding to programs to support wraparound services for students, Promise scholarships, and evaluation and other emerging needs. Working together, public and philanthropic resources can help students thrive in class and graduate from college debt-free, and continue to develop as leaders in their communities and contributors to their families and Connecticut's economy. In closing, we believe this will encourage families to live in our cities and send their children to our city schools. We believe that all of the components that we need to make a world-class program are within our grasp. It only takes a modest investment of public and private partnership to create a program that is the envy of the other 49 states in our country. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We appreciate your testimony. See if there's any questions. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jay.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you also.
Thanks for sharing all of the latest news. I did want to ask, I'm certainly familiar, as you said, with the incredible investment that your foundation and many others in the state have made with a focus on college scholarships, and didn't know as much if your foundation in particular had given any attention to scholarship support for certificate programs or other workforce development opportunities, and just wanted to understand that more fully from you.
That's a great question. We support fully a multifaceted, multi-pathways to higher education, to certification, to training, to entrepreneurship, knowing that a 4-year degree, a 2-year degree, or an advanced degree is not for everyone. There are students who have skills that are able to be marketed in the marketplace, so we not only support that through our higher education model, we invest in partnerships with nonprofits that are helping to get students certified. They're helping students to find their way through the entrepreneurial pathway, so we absolutely have a full scope of support for students and non-traditional students who understand that nowadays it takes more than that high school diploma.
Thank you for that. It's very helpful. And if you're willing to share with the committee, I know I would be interested, just understanding, again, what your funding looks like beyond the focus on just the Promise program in those areas would be helpful.
Sure.
Because as I looked at this piece of legislation, one of the things that I was thinking through is right now the language is worded around post-secondary success, very connected to just higher education. And I appreciated your comments, because I think for so many of the students that we're connecting with, we want to make sure they understand the full array. So knowing where you all are making your investments, again, helps us understand where the gaps are.
We'd be happy
too.
to share that
Okay.
information.
Thank
Absolutely.
you so much, Jay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. All right, I don't see any other questions, but thanks again, Mr. Williams, for your leadership and for your success with your very important organization.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. So up next, and if we want, we could bring up, if you want to do it together. Okay, sounds good. So we're going to have the two co-chairs of our Promise Task Force, the task force created with legislation that this committee passed last year, and they just had their submitted their report, and it's former state representative Kelvin Rodan and Richard Sugarman. Welcome, and thanks again to the both of you for all your work on the task force.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Slapp, Chair Haddad, Ranking Member Bronco, and distinguished members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dr. Kelvin Roldan. I serve as co-chair of the task force to support Promise programs here in support of SB 380. For background purposes, I'm a former member of the Connecticut General Assembly, where I represented the 4th Assembly District and introduced some of the earliest Promise-related legislation, if not the earliest legislation, nearly 2 decades ago, which served and informed as the eventual model for the creation of the Hartford Promise. Joining me is my dear friend and co-chair, Mr. Richard Sugarman, who is the founding president of the highly successful Hartford Promise. Also in the room, there are members of the task force, but more importantly, we actually have Promise scholars in the room, and we're very much so delighted to see their beautiful faces here joining us as well. We respectfully submit this testimony on behalf of the task force pursuant to the established statutory obligation that the legislature gave us. And we took the task seriously over a 4-month period. The task force engaged in focused conversations, taking a look at the higher education landscape, student outcomes, workforce alignment, and talking to local experts, many of whom were actually part of the task force as members, as well as national experts and others. It's important to note that this is not a fully comprehensive, in terms of having answered every potential possible question that could ever possibly come up in the conversation, but it is definitely very much so complete in its analytics and intention. And it's also designed to be a beginning of a major conversation in terms of the direction it's taken in looking at what we do as an ecosystem of promise for the state. Our work began with a simple but urgent recognition that Connecticut's higher education finance structure is misaligned with its economic aspirations. Connecticut currently invests about $245 per undergraduate student in need-based aid, while the national average is approximately $1,283. 29 states invest more in undergraduate financial aid than the state of Connecticut, which places us nearly at the bottom of states in that regard. College affordability remains a significant barrier, where at the same time as we're doing this, we find that 40% of our students are going elsewhere to pursue their higher education aspirations, many of them going to nearby states such as Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. While some mobility is beneficial, we believe that all of these issues are subject to human design. Therefore, we actually can intervene in terms of how we set up our policy prerogatives to be able to redirect and maintain, support, and grow our own educational and student workforce in the state of Connecticut. Let me be clear that this is not about directing additional dollars to institutions of higher education, but this is about supporting directly students and families. The task force therefore recommends the creation of a coordinated Connecticut ecosystem of promise anchored by a Scholar Success Grant Program reinforced by local strong promise programs, which you will hear about shortly from Richard, meaningful institutional accountability, a coordinating office, as well as connection to students and families. In order to do this, we estimated and we looked at various models nationally for how to do it, but we really wanted to pinpoint to the exact number that would make Connecticut competitive. So we extrapolated from the figure of 1,283 what number would make Connecticut reach its national average, which means an additional $30 million per year added to top of the dollars that the state spends on the Roberta Willis Scholarship, which adds up to about $120 million on a 4-year basis. This is not an expansion of financial aid, we believe. This is a foundation for building a coordinated system that improves college access, strengthens completion, retains more Connecticut students in state, and better aligns our higher education system with the long-term economic and workforce needs of our state. With that, you have the rest of my statement, so I'll hand it over to my dear friend here, Mr. Sugarman.
Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, chairs and members of the committee. In Hartford, New Haven, and Waterbury, Promise programs have demonstrated measurable success in increasing college enrollment, improving persistence and completion, strengthening local workforce connections. I want to also emphasize or highlight a point that Kelvin made. The funds that we are requesting, the recommendations that we have made about funding are going to students. And they're going to students who have earned this through their academic performance, their perseverance, their focus on the future. So I just want to make sure that that point is clear as we talk through this. The results in New Haven, Waterbury, and Hartford are the result of intentional design. The design that we've used, that those programs have used, are known as an integrated college success model. And this is not just a scholarship, which is critically important, but it also includes services and relationships in high schools. It includes services and relationships in the early stages of college and every step of the way through college, and frankly, on to career, internships, and career and beyond. It's an integrated college success model that's being implemented and executed. Students succeed when financial aid is integrated with consistent guidance and strong institutional collaboration. Promise programs are not peripheral to this task force's recommendations. They are foundational. Task Force recommends continued support for existing programs, structured technical assistance for Bridgeport, which is a new program this year with the first class, the class of 2026, as it prepares to welcome its first class. When local Promise programs are aligned with the statewide Scholar Success Grant and coordinated institutional workforce partnerships, Connecticut moves from fragmented efforts to a unified system, the ecosystem, that Kelvin mentioned. Such a system strengthens affordability, improves student success, and advances economic competitiveness. I also want to just share a story that is foundational for me. The Maasai tribe in Kenya, when they greet each other, they don't say, "How's your business?" or "How you doing?" What they ask is, "How are the children?" The answer to that question tells them everything they need to know about the health and welfare of their tribe. The work and success of these existing Promise programs have improved the lives and well-being of thousands of Connecticut children. So why stop there? We have the chance now to spread more Promise throughout our state to many thousands of Connecticut children. In 5 to 10 years, when we ask the question, "How are the children?" we will be able to say, they are good, they are well, they are soaring, they are reaching higher, because we have invested in them and in all of their potential. Thank you so much for letting me testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both again for your leadership and your great work on the task force. I have a couple questions, but first, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you identify the other members of the task force? Maybe we can give them a shout out. Do you have the?
How about if we say,
the-
stand up if you're a member of the task force? It's a number of people.
Yep.
Kalanda, Savan, let's see. Who else is over here? Patricia, Mona.
Yeah.
Nathan has been part of the task force. Are there any others? Stand up if you're here. They all worked really hard.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your work. I just wanted to make sure that you got acknowledged. Can you, and this is a question for either of you, can you speak to the part of the report that addresses how we would help seed new Promise programs? Because, if the report contemplates the additional state money, of course, so that's one piece of it. And then hopefully, and my good colleague, Representative Bronco, has touched on, the philanthropic piece as well. So that's the funding part, right? But then there's also a need for that for the supports, and that's coming at the local level, right? That's the additional municipal Promise programs. Can you speak about how we in the legislature can best help seed future municipal Promise programs?
Yeah, we thought carefully about that, worked hard on that, feel like that's a really important piece of this work. So the structure that we've created or recommended is that in communities where there is an interest in starting a Promise program, that there would be a technical assistance advisory group, small group, that has experience with Promise programs, that would meet with those communities, meet with key partners, meet with the people in those communities that would be part of this, and really try to examine, do they have the necessary partnerships? Do they have the necessary resources? Do they have the elements? Do they have the cooperation of the school system and throughout the school system, as an example? Do they have those elements in place? If they don't, to try to help them rally and gather those elements in place. And in some cases, the answer is going to be, and this is, again, with the work of this technical assistance group, this advisory group helping them, and also helping them understand the integrated model and all the parts of that so that they can adopt as much of that as possible and carry that through, because we know that's a successful model. In some communities, they're going to decide, we just don't have these resources and partnerships in place, so we have to move in a different direction. This group would help them consider other alternatives. In other cases, those communities would find that they do have those resources, partnerships, key relationships available to them, and they want to move forward. This group would help them then move toward a launch of a Promise program and continue to make sure that all the elements of success, again, that we've seen over the long term in other communities are in place. I will also say that it is possible that in some communities, they may realize that community A doesn't necessarily have the resources, community B, and so on. So maybe a collective approach to this could be the way to go in helping them figure that out, create that collective, which does have resources, partnerships, relationships necessary to be a successful program. That's the way our thinking has gone.
Thank you, Richard. Let me see if any of my colleagues have any questions or comments. No? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi to you both. I have a very quick question related to the visioning of the additional supports for the students, knowing, as I think in the language it specifies, the first year experience program, financial literacy program, the financial assistance, and then advisor. So just following up, and maybe you can clarify, for the first year experience program, that's based at the institution. So the assumption is that making sure they're enrolled in whatever first year experience program is at that institution. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
And then for the financial literacy program, is that something that would be provided by another entity or something that the Office of Post-Secondary Success would be providing? Who would be providing the financial literacy program?
I think in some cases, again, that's normally going to be the universities, the colleges and universities providing that.
Okay.
Where we find that is not necessarily available, I think we would then be able to build a program, a financial literacy program that would be available to students.
Okay.
But
And then-
generally, it would be from the colleges and
Okay.
universities.
And then finally, is the assignment to an advisor meant to simply be the collegiate advisor the student would already have at that institution, or this is a separate advisor related to the program specifically?
I think the point is that the human connection and someone who is actually knows the student, cares for the student, and can answer questions whenever the student needs questions answered, we know matters greatly to student success. So whatever form that takes in a university setting, I mean, it could happen in various ways. We're not prescribing that, but we do believe very strongly that that is a very much so a necessary element in the formula, in addition to the connection that the Promise programs may have with that student.
Yeah, I just reinforced that connection, knowing students and their knowing people at their institutions and each other and people at the Promise programs, critically important. But I think part of what we hope to see happen here, because we know there's variation among schools and universities in terms of what's provided, in terms of supports and services of all kinds, is that maybe this can help establish a standard that is a good high-level standard and help all institutions reach that standard. I think that's part of our hope here.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's super helpful because, as you said, those of you that have been successful, you know what that standard can look like to breed success for the students and how critical those supports are. And your answers help me kind of understand how you're trying to translate this, because I think us having an understanding of, again, who's responsible for what potentially, and then again, what the funding might be going towards is helpful. So thanks for answering that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys again for your testimony and your leadership on this task force. It's already created great discussion, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. I think my question may have been answered, and I just wanted to clarify, talking like structurally how we set this up. And so we stand up this Office of Post-Secondary Success sort of as the centralized branch that kind of oversees these independent promise programs across the state, whereby, I'm in Naugatuck. So we passed this, and now Naugatuck wants to open up or start their own promise program. And maybe Beacon Falls next to us, maybe they're not big enough, they don't have those resources. So maybe we start the Naugatuck Valley Promise Program. Is that sort of what you're getting at with the structure?
So, thank you for the question, first of all. I think one of the major findings that we had in the process as we were going through information data is that we found a somewhat general lack of coordination across the state. And this is not uncommon, across states in terms of lack of coordination, in terms of programs, lack of coordination in terms of higher education institutions being able to collaborate and see through a set of outcomes for our persistence and what that looks like, as well as different programs across the state, promise programs that have, in some cases, highly localized culture and goals associated with each of those individual programs. So we saw a major need to be able to have a central coordinating entity that would have some oversight and coordination related to these programs. We see the creation and the ability to coordinate the creation of new programs as an activity that could be housed under such a centralized office where the values and connections of the ecosystem could actually be connected to those local programs as well, and people would definitely know, hey, I have a place where I can go to get some technical support and assistance and expertise related to how to go about creating a promise programs, whether it's at the local level or at the regional level, like Richard alluded to. I think there's a lot of knowledge and information that we as a state have gathered since the first two major programs were established. They didn't happen overnight by any means. From the point of when I started my work here in the legislature to the time that the Promise in Hartford was established was probably about a 5-year period in which coalition building had to happen, all of the assessments had to happen in terms of connections, dollars had to be raised, great founding directors had to be found, and all of those things had to happen. And so that we have learned so much that I think there is a point where now we can disseminate and help disseminate that information from our own learnings, but it has to happen somewhere, and we see that office as a potential coordinating entity for that. Did you want to add to that, Richard?
I just want to say I like the ring of Naugatuck Valley Promise.
You heard it here first. I appreciate that answer, and I would agree. I would be concerned about decentralizing it too much from the different programs, because even Naugatuck right next door to Waterbury, the two programs might look very different. And so I like the idea of having it managed locally, but maybe with that centralized oversight administratively.
I think that's if I can just say, that's a really important point. I think there's a fine line, and there's need here for both a standard and a model that has proven success and the elements that go to that, but also opportunities for communities to customize and find things that may be more important in one community than another, or sort of fine-tune that model. Both of those things need to happen, and I think this technical assistance, advisory, and coordination will help find that balance, find that model. But yes, Waterbury is not exactly like Hartford, and New Haven is not exactly like Waterbury, but they're all following basically that integrated college success model.
Right. And so if I'm a private partner and I own a business and I want to support the Naugatuck Valley Promise Program, my donation goes to Naugatuck Valley Promise, not to Office of Post-Secondary. It flows locally.
Correct.
Just with the oversight.
Correct.
More administratively for that centralized hub.
Correct. The funds go to the programs.
Okay.
I would not call it oversight. I would add more support.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to also say, as you heard from Jay Williams, and you'll hear from others, there has been tremendous amount of corporate philanthropic foundation support for these programs, a tremendous amount. I think that these programs are anxious to see state support join them in this partnership. But I also want to say that we believe that state support for these programs will generate additional private philanthropic support. So I think it's been the case, and I think the support of the state will only increase that momentum of private support.
I would agree. I could foresee a dollar-for-dollar match or something, but I do believe that it would certainly spur some interest from, local business to support, because, I mean, the benefits are tangible. You see it, and the community benefits. So, well, I appreciate that insight, and for just kind of working that through. You guys have clearly put plenty of thought into this, so I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Haddad.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple quite technical questions that I think that I worry about when I read through the bill. But I want to, I'll ask them in a way that I think just ask you to sort of put a finer point on the model. There are a lot of college access programs, nonprofits that I would describe do college access programming in high schools and try to help first-generation low-income students apply for and gain access to post-secondary education. There's one in New London that I can think of. There's one in New Haven, aside from New Haven Promise, I can think of. What is the distinguishing criteria that separates what we've been sort of calling a promise program from other kinds of college access programs?
So I would say a few things. I think many of those programs are need-based programs. Let me just share with you the criteria, and it's, again, slightly different for New Haven and maybe slightly different for Waterbury, but let me share the criteria for Hartford Promise students. They have to live in Hartford, so it's very much a place-based program. They have to go to a Hartford Public High School, so it's very much a local school system program. They have to have a 3.0 GPA. They have to have 93% attendance. Every student, Greg, that does those, Representative Ed, that does those four things becomes a Hartford Promise Scholar. They don't have to write an essay. They don't have to do other things. They don't have to be of a certain socioeconomic group or anything else. Those are the four criteria, and I think those things themselves distinguish from almost any other program that's out there. But the other thing that distinguishes is it's not just the scholarship and financial aid, it's all of the integrated supports and services and relationships that go with that, and that is very different than most other programs.
I agree, and so I guess what I would like to, the work I think that we need to do next, I guess, is to define promise program so that when we give instruction to the new Office of Post-Secondary Success, or we're going to offer resources to a group of people someplace, that it's not just the title of the program that's important, but it's what they're doing on the ground in the community that they're working in that defines whether or not they qualify as a promise program, in the attempt to make sure that we're adhering to the model. Yeah, a couple times you talked about that flexibility between communities, and I think that we want to build that flexibility in too. But I also want to make sure that we're running quality programs and encouraging the establishment of quality programs across the state. And the best way to do that is for us to say very clearly what it is that we mean when we say promise program, and what are those criteria that need to be met by that program in order to be considered to be a promise program. So in some cases, it might be residency and GPA requirements and that sort of stuff. In other cases, it might be more what services are being provided. What are the essential components of service that's being provided to students that qualifies them for additional support and qualifies them to be considered to be a promise program. Does that make sense?
In total sense, Representative Haddad, I want to say it's not just the name. The name doesn't really accomplish everything. A lot of things can be called promise. It's really the standards and the model that's instituted. And frankly, it's the success that is then seen and marked. And one of the things I'll say about all the Promise programs, they are very focused on markers and evaluation and success. They're not doing their work unless they're seeing the success in college graduation rates and internships and so on. And you're going to hear from many students. I'm anxious for you to hear from many students in terms of what they have experienced in terms of Promise program. But the name doesn't get you very far. It's really the standard and the success metrics that are the key.
Many of those other college access programs that I was referring to earlier do a lot of the measurement of whether or not they're doing work in their high school to sort of qualify for matriculation into college. And they'll help them with applications and financial aid and do other kinds of services. That some of them will bridge that time between when their high school guidance counselors say, so long, good luck, and that time when the college picks them up and provides them with that service. Most of them, I think, what might distinguish many of them is that there's no scholarship component. And so, is that one of those critical criteria for a Promise program?
So if I may add, I mean, that definitely is a critical component. I think there is a difference between, and we know a great deal about this, particularly in the last, I would say, 15 to 20 years, is that there is a difference between providing college access and ensuring success. They're very fundamentally different, and I think the integrated success model that is articulated ensures the latter. That is, when I was growing up in Hartford Stowe Village in North Hartford, there was an opportunity to go and visit UConn on occasion and take a look around. Okay, that was, opportunity to see and perhaps get some college experience, visit for a day. That was college access opportunity, right? There is a big difference between that kind of activity and the kind of hands-on support, knowledge, engagement that a student receives in this Envision model, not just from the point of application, but to the point where they walk across the stage with that diploma. And there's a lot of differential in terms of what that takes on an individual student basis.
I just want to say one other thing here. I don't want to sound like we're being critical of the programs that exist at many of the colleges. They are extraordinary programs. They're doing extraordinary work. They're trying to raise the standard and innovate for those programs, and they're very meaningful to many, many students. But one of the things I will say is that in some cases, their frustration is the students don't find the supports and services. The students don't take advantage of what's there. One of the things that happens in the Promise programs, because they know these students and because they're with these students every step of the way, they are pushing these students, nudging these students to take advantage and to connect with those people that are providing those supports and services in those colleges to make it all more useful, more valuable, and lead to a better outcome. So there's a lot of back and forth here that takes place, but many of the programs being provided by colleges and universities are quite good and are very meaningful to students.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate your comments about sort of a lack of coordination. We have a very decentralized system. We have a state-sponsored program. I can't remember, CONCAP, I can't remember the exact thing. They provide some funding to institutions to do college access work. There's a federal program, right, that provides funding to do this kind of work too. And I guess I just want to make sure that when we're talking about this model, that we're being specific enough about in our description of it to make sure that everybody's clear about what it is we want. Then the last thing I'll just say is, like, I see as a real challenge that I haven't quite figured out how to solve yet. I feel like there are a lot of communities, I grew up in one, Wyndham, where there's a lot of need, but very few resources. There is no corporate, big corporate community in Wyndham that can sustain a program like what's been developed in some of our larger urban centers. When I begin to think about rural communities, even in the aggregate, like you got to the Quiet Corner, we have, major industries are colleges and nonprofits. I don't know that there's enough private philanthropic dollars available in the northeastern corner to support a program. And so we'll be looking to you and others for creative solutions around that. Thank you very much.
Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Morning.
I walked in a little late, so if I ask a question that has been already asked, quickly answer it and we'll move on. You mentioned that in order to qualify, live in Hartford, going to school in Hartford, et cetera. And you also, I think you mentioned a 3.0 GPA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you get them? How do you get them to that 3.0? Are you involved to get them to that 3.0 in order to get them into the Promise program?
If you mean get them to by providing tutoring or direct academic support, not necessarily, but this is such a powerful incentive. This is such a powerful motivation for students, for teachers, for families, for parents, that I think that is what helps to get them to that 3.0, get them to come to school, get them to do their work, get them to focus on this. Certainly, Promise programs know the students in high school, can be helpful to them in all sorts of ways around college culture and around what's needed. I don't think currently that the local Promise programs provide direct academic support or tutoring, but they certainly can help generate that within the school system. But it's the motivation and incentive that this provides that really makes everybody do what we call reach higher to that 3.0, that 93% attendance.
I like the bar that you set. I think we've lowered the bar for decades here, and I think we really need to be at a higher bar. It's discouraging to see students leave high school and not, we've read last year, the year before, some of them are not able to read, and that just floors me that we are allowing students to advance through school and not be able to master, or at least on average, do the basics that are going to be required to live, some type of productive life. So I'm glad to see that you've got the bar this high at a 3.0. So I'm just interested in, how do we get the moms and dads, grandparents to want to achieve that 3.0? And I'm sure that this discussion is part of that is, well, hey, you have an opportunity to go to college. I'm trying to solve this with a lot of people, including yourselves, as to how do we break that the mold or the environment that some are in or many are in the urban communities and even on the rural communities, right? How do we get them to want to earn that 3.0 in order to get to that higher education?
This is a very tangible point that highlights the importance of doing well in school and the opportunity for higher education, college success. There are very few tangibles like this, thousands of dollars of scholarship that you can earn, families of 2 and 3 children, many thousands of dollars. So I think it gets everybody more focused and more motivated to then realize these dollars so they can realize that higher education success. The tangible nature of this, I think, is extremely valuable.
If I could add to that, Senator, so in addition to volunteering as chair of this task force, I served as Deputy Commissioner of Education of a state. I have quite a bit of experience in this area and running schools. And, I think the connection here and the incentive that Richard just addressed is around not just for students and families, but also for districts and schools, right? They want their students to take advantage and have access to that opportunity. And in order to get to that measure, that means that they have to do quite a bit of alignment very early on, because a student who is going to qualify, have the attendance necessary, meet the expected academic criteria, that's not necessarily just going to happen overnight in high school. Right, so there has to be quite a little bit of alignment in the academic setting in order to get them ready to be able to do high school work in the first place to be able to meet that expectation. So from a policy perspective, these types of programs not just serve as catalysts for the students and families, but also serve as catalysts for improvement for districts that are engaged. That certainly, I know that to be the fact for our, colleagues and friends in Hartford, certainly our colleagues and friends in New Haven, certainly our colleagues and friends in Waterbury, and now, hopefully in the direction that Bridgeport is headed, definitely for that community as well. So our goal is to be able to disseminate this information, to disseminate these learnings, to disseminate these opportunities so that more communities across the state can take advantage of what we know to be good practice, good research practice, and good outcomes.
Okay, it really sounds exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? No? All right. I don't see any. So thank you again. We will be in touch.
Thank
You
you.
can bank on that. So thank you. I'm going to make a quick amendment here to our order because we want to make sure that James Maciel Andrews does not miss his train. And he came all the way up, I think, from New Haven. So let's have James go next, and then we'll right after we'll have Sharice Burrell from Hartford Promise. Thank you, James. Good afternoon to you, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp. Good afternoon, Representative Haddad and distinguished members of the committee. Apologies in advance for reading this on my phone. My at-home printer decided to on-go strikes, so we're in negotiations with the printer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Raise Senate Bill 380. As the chair mentioned, my name is James Maciel. I am a New Haven resident, and with the help of New Haven Promise, I am a recent graduate of Trinity College right here in Hartford. I understand that this committee is already familiar with the structure of the New Haven Promise program, so I'd like to focus on what it does for the students and the communities it touches, and why that impact matters statewide. Programs like New Haven Promise change the way students think about their future long before they fill out a college application. When a student grows up knowing that college is financially possible if they remain committed to their school and community, the effect is profound. It removes the sense of uncertainty that so many families face when they think about higher education. Instead of asking whether college is attainable, students can begin asking where they want to go and what they want to study. Now, my family moved here from London when I was 5, at first enjoying the quaint city with a small town feel that New Haven is well regarded for. But we stayed because of the creation of the New Haven Promise program and the commitment that students who invest in the city would likewise see investment in themselves. For other families considering moving to New Haven, that shift in perspective is crucial. The city encourages long-term academic engagement and makes college feel like a natural continuation of a student's education rather than a distant or unrealistic goal. For many students, particularly those from working families, that clarity can be transformative. It gives them a reason to stay invested in school and provides concrete rewards for doing so. One such reward is the internship and career fair that the New Haven Promise offers every year. As a college first year not quite experienced in office work, I was looking for a summer position that would give me that exposure. Through the internship and career fair, I was able to secure a job with the Yale Art Gallery collections team, gaining insight into working in an office environment with others, while also having a hand in the behind-the-scenes processes of the gallery that I had been frequently visiting for years. And as a recent college graduate seeking work in the political science realm for which I received my undergraduate degree in, New Haven Promise came through once again with an opportunity to work in the Lieutenant Governor's office, where I recently concluded a 5-month internship. There, I refined the office skills from my previous art gallery position and combined them with the undergraduate academic comprehension of state government that was funded, in part by New Haven Promise. Now, I'm in the process of applying to graduate schools for a master's degree in international relations. And the acceptances that I've received so far have all highlighted the unique, intimate interactions I've had with state government officials and procedures as an advantage that not many other applicants can match. This would not have been possible without the help of New Haven Promise and its incredible staff, who work tirelessly to provide students with the opportunity to thrive in and beyond the classroom. There are countless other students across New Haven who I know have benefited from this program in many ways and who are inclined to give back to the city as well. Expanding this model statewide would allow more communities to benefit from the same dynamic. Connecticut already has extraordinary colleges and universities, and we already have students capable of thriving in them. What programs like New Haven Promise do is build a bridge between the two. They strengthen the relationship between the families and their local school systems. It reinforces stability in the community, and parents become more invested in their schools, and the students develop a stronger sense of belonging to the place in which they grew up. Ultimately, the value of programs like New Haven Promise lies in the signal they send to students, that if they invest in their education and remain committed to their community, that community will invest in them as well. Thank you for your time and for your work exploring how models like this can expand opportunity for students across Connecticut.
James, thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Good luck making your train. We appreciate your time. Okay. Up next is Charisse Burrell from Hartford Promise.
Good afternoon. My name is Charisse Latoya Burrell, and I'm honored to be in community with you all today. I come from a small parish in Jamaica where education is deeply valued, but structural barriers often limited access to higher education. It was my grandmother who carried the dream. She believed that education could change the trajectory of a family. My family immigrated to the United States and settled here in Hartford, Connecticut, because of that dream. And it is that same dream that allows me the privilege of standing before you, sitting before you today as a voice for our youth. My family believed in schooling. They believed in discipline, ambition, and possibility. But belief alone does not pay tuition bills. Belief does not close financial gaps. And belief does not remove systematic barriers. When we talk about funding for Promise programs, we are talking about investing in students who are academically capable, but financially constrained. We are talking about first-generation students navigating systems that were not originally designed with them in mind. We are talking about families who believe deeply in education, but simply cannot absorb one more expense. I graduated from a Hartford Public High School in 2020 as a Hartford Promise Scholar and went on to complete my bachelor's degree at the University of Connecticut in just 2 years. Since 2022, I served as the Reaching Back Coordinator for Hartford Promise, supporting students as they transition from high school to college. This support includes, but is not limited to, FAFSA assistance, college essay revisions, and helping to break down financial aid award letters so that they are digestible for the majority of the first-generation students I work with. I continue to work directly with high school seniors and college students who are navigating that same narrow bridge between aspiration and affordability. Many of the students I support are balancing school alongside long work hours, financial stress, and caretaking responsibilities within their families, all while trying to remain focused on their academic futures. What Promise programs offer is not just a financial assistance. These programs provide stability and guidance. It's what we refer to as wraparound support that helps students navigate complicated systems and persist through challenges that might otherwise push them out of higher education. Because I believe so deeply in this work, I returned back to school myself, and I'm completing my master's degree in higher education and student affairs. From my perspective, working between K through 12 and higher education, I can say that Promise programs are not simply scholarships, they are anchors. They help transform higher education from a frail opportunity into a real pathway for students and families who have long believed in the power of education, but have not always had equitable access to it. I am here today because my grandmother believed in education and because people invested in an opportunity that will help first-generation students like me. Now I have the privilege of doing that same work for the next generation. I hope that state funding can extend to Promise programs so that higher education is not just a dream, but an attainable and affordable pathway for students across Connecticut. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, and you nailed it. 3 minutes on the dot, so great job. So I don't see any questions, so thank you again. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
And as we go forward, and the longer that this the public hearing goes on, we may have some participants who won't be able to stay. So I just remind folks that you will hear at the 3-minute mark what we just heard a second ago, which is that beeping. And if you don't want me to interrupt you, at that point, you should try to summarize. And you did a terrific job. You didn't even have to do that. You timed it perfectly. So Jocelyn is up next from Waterbury Promise.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Jocelyn Quintasaka, and I am Waterbury Promise Scholar from the class of 2022. And I am currently senior at CCSU studying accounting. And I am here in support of the Bill 380, an act implementing the recommendations of the task force to support promise programs in the state. As one of the first cohorts, it has been amazing to see how this scholarship has grown in the past few years. They go above and beyond to ensure scholars are performing well in school. The program has helped me in so many ways that would have been very complicated to navigate and figure out on my own, as I am a first-generation college student. Within my first year of the program, they started offering job shot opportunities, career fairs, and job fairs, and just many little workshops and events where students could go and attend and basically be ready for college. They also helped me make many connections and start working over the summer while I was at school. And they helped me also land a summer internship opportunity, which also included a mentorship that led me to start working a full-time job at an accounting firm, which would have been very difficult to do on my own. But thanks to them, I was able to do great connections. The support is incredibly important for student success. In the very start, it was scary to start college, but soon after, Waterbury Promise started offering support, and they helped me gain confidence to prepare myself for college. There are also many young students at TT who want to become the best version of themselves the same way I am. And Waterbury Promise does this by encouraging, having mentorship, and reassurance that someone is invested in their future. Sorry. I'm proud of the version of myself that I am today. In the beginning, I was young and confused, and I didn't know what to start or what to do, but Waterbury Promise was there every step of the way. And Waterbury Promise is the backbone for the future students and leaders in our communities, and the positive encouragement helps more students succeed academically and not feel alone during the process. I support the state's investment in Promise programs all across CT. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. You as well.
So next up, we have somebody who's testifying virtually, Chen Jin, who's joining us virtually. Chen, there you go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Chen Jin. I'm a resident of New Haven and a Master of Public Health student at Yale School of Public Health, where I concentrate in health policy. I'm here to testify in support of SB 381, an act requiring programs concerning problem gambling at public institutions of higher education. So Connecticut has a gambling crisis on its campuses. A study led by UConn researchers, which covered more than 300 undergraduates across 30 Connecticut colleges, found that nearly 3 in 4 students gambled in the past year, and 1 in 12 met the clinical criteria for serious problem gambling. And since Connecticut legalized online sports betting in 2021, calls to the state gambling helpline has doubled, and 40% of callers were in their 20s. So the downstream harm are well documented. And there has been worse academic performance, depression, anxiety, and financial hardships associated with gambling. In addition, the current landscape is becoming more complex than traditional sports betting. Prediction market platforms like Polymark and Kalshi now enable 18-year-olds to bet real money on literally anything, from election results to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Public health researchers have warned that these platforms may be more addictive than traditional gambling because they're designed to feel like investment, not gambling. And since these platforms are relatively new, there is no very reliable data on their impact on college students yet. But meanwhile, I'm already seeing some of my friends betting on such platforms regularly and constantly losing money. So this under-regulated market is making the situation even worse and making intervention more urgent. Campus programs must be equipped to address this situation. And I think SB 381 is well designed. The provision allowing institutions to contract with nonprofits that are already embedded in the Connecticut's treatment infrastructure, funded in part through gambling operator contributions, and possesses clinical expertise that most campus health departments simply do not have. And Connecticut's neighbor, New Jersey, just enacted nearly identical legislation in January. It passed both chambers unanimously. We are already behind, so this bill can begin to help close the gap. In conclusion, I believe this bill is the right policy and might be the starting point of future interventions once we know more about the evolving landscape of gambling. And thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so thanks again. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, up next is, I'm going to guess it's Bernard Smith. Is that right? It's Smith Bernard. My apologies. You know what, Megan, and my apologies, because you had it right and I had it wrong. I overthought it.
It's a common occurrence.
Smith Bernard, my apologies. Yeah, exactly. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Smith Bernard. I'm a proud born and raised in Waterbury. I'm a proud Waterbury Promise Scholar, and I'm providing testimony in support of Promise programs and the expansion of programs and opportunities in the state. Waterbury Promise is a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization dedicated to building a generation of college graduates in Waterbury, Connecticut. Their mission is to increase college aspirations, reduce financial barriers, and inspire every student towards post-secondary education and completion. Again, I am a proud Waterbury Promise Scholar and a first-generation college student, and a senior at the University of Connecticut, getting ready to graduate and walk the stage with a Bachelor's of Arts in Economics this May. I'm also a proud graduate of Connecticut State Community College, where I received my associates in accounting. Waterbury Promise has been a consistent source of support throughout my academic journey, way back in high school, and continuing through both community college and UConn. While the PAC program covered my tuition at Connecticut State Community College, Waterbury Promise supported me in ways beyond financial assistance. The team showed up on campus with check-ins, encouragement, and community events that kept me engaged and supported. Through Waterbury Promise, I secured my first accounting internship at a community partner of Waterbury Promise program after my freshman year. That opportunity changed the direction of my career. I learned a lot about community banks, accounting, different opportunities in banking, and I think most importantly, whether I felt like I was choosing the right career for my family and my goals. Since then, I've completed multiple internships, gaining real-world experience that strengthened both my confidence and my professional skills. What began at first as an internship through a Promise connection turned into a foundation for my career path. Now, as a student at the University of Connecticut, I'm grateful to be receiving financial assistance as I'm pursuing my bachelor's degree. Transferring to a four-year university brought along new challenges, socially, academically, but especially financially. Waterbury Promise has continued to support me with tuition and transportation. I was making an effort to ensure I had the resources I needed to succeed. The Waterbury Promise program has also connected me with other scholars at UConn and across Connecticut to network, and I like to think, befriend. The skills I developed as an ambassador, along with the financial support, have strengthened my confidence, leadership abilities, and readiness for life beyond college. And I'm gonna add in a line since my first draft. I'm proud to say that I'm returning to the same corporate sponsor post-graduation that was introduced to me thanks to the Waterbury Promise Network years ago. As an ambassador for Waterbury Promise, I've had the opportunity to speak publicly network with business and political leaders, and represent the program in professional settings. These experiences helped me grow into a more confident leader and communicator. The Waterbury Promise did not just invest in my tuition, it invested in my development. I strongly support the state's investment in Promise programs. Thank you for your advocacy, support, and considering my testimony.
Thank you, Smith, and congratulations on all your success in your upcoming graduation in just a couple months, right? Awesome. Congrats. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Senator Martin.
Yes, thank you. Just one quick question.
Yeah, of course.
So are you still in school now?
I'm still in school now.
You are, and you're in graduate or undergraduate?
Undergraduate.
Undergraduate. What's your anticipated loans that will be outstanding for you when you on graduating?
Yeah, for me personally, it's about $5,000.
About $5,000. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No, I think you're all set. I jumped the gun before, but thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Up next is Icaro Leo Pamplona, also from Waterbury Promise.
Good afternoon, Representative Slapp and members of the higher community education. My name is Icaro Leo Pamplona, and I'm not sure if it's clearly visible. I'm also a member of the Waterbury Waterbury Promise Scholarship. I'm also a recent graduate on CCSU. I graduated this past December with my finance degree, and I immediately continued my degree with finance for MBA, also in CCSU. And I'm providing this testimony to strongly support the bill number 380. I want to begin by expressing how grateful I am to Waterbury Promise Scholarships for the assistance they have provided me and so many other students. Waterbury is a city where students lack assistance, families face a lot of financial limitations, and they have very little access to resources. And what Waterbury Promise has created is a milestone opportunity for students who generally need support to afford complete college. Like many students, balancing school, work, and financial responsibilities can be overwhelming. The support received helped me reduce that pressure and allowed me to stay focused on my education and long-term goals. This program is more than a scholarship. It feels like a family. This team works closely with students, checking on our progress, guiding us, and helping us navigate challenges. They provide support with funding, career readiness, mentorship, and real personal encouragement. They do not just provide you financial aid, they stay involved with you. I am proud to say that I'm currently employed in a position that aligns with my career goals, all thanks to the Waterbury Promise who assisted and advised me. They regularly follow up with me to make sure I stay on course both professionally and academically. That kind of mentoring has a long-lasting effect and boosted my confidence as I move from the college to the working world. I have also seen the program perform extra duties. For example, with other students, I know a fellow scholar who had a course during the summer, a time when tuition assistance is usually not provided. Waterbury Promise reached out on their own and provided their support without any hesitations. That degree of care demonstrates that the program is wholly committed to furthering student success, both literally and figuratively. As an individual pursuing a career in finance and wealth management, earning a degree is helping conceptualize a plan to help build a stable future and prepare me to give back to the community. My goal is to help people and families make the right financial choices and achieve stability in the long run. Programs like Waterbury Promise make this possible by helping students complete their education and enter the workforce, prepared to contribute to the Connecticut economy. Waterbury Promise Scholarship provides access to opportunities that would not otherwise be available. There are many gifted and diligent kids who will not be able to continue higher education and fulfilling professions without initiatives like these. You are not just investing in simply scholarship when you support Promise programs. You are making an investment in a stronger community, future leaders, and future professional. I respectfully urge you to continue funding the Promise programs so they can keep changing lives as they have changed minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for waiting and for all your accomplishments. Any questions? Yes, Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of just want to make a quick comment to you, and while the students our Promise students are here before you leave, I just want to thank you all for coming in and sharing these stories. They're incredible to hear, and it helps bring context to writing a piece of legislation you see. So to hear your stories really brings it all to life, and you can sense the pride that you all feel in your success in these programs. So I appreciate for all the students here coming out today and sharing these stories.
We thank you for listening.
Great, thanks again. Okay, up next is Lisa Brandes from New Haven Promise and an SCSU student. Good to see you, Lisa.
Well, they say you should never follow students, but I actually am a student. I'm a student at Southern Connecticut State University, but I'm also here as a parent of a New Haven Promise student who couldn't be in person but submitted his testimony, and I'm a Promise ambassador. I'm here to support enthusiastically SB 380 to implement the recommendations of the Promise Task Force in Connecticut to support and grow Promise programs and to create an Office of Post-Secondary Success. I've seen firsthand the importance of Promise programs and their effective model for scholarship support and college and career growth. I volunteer as a New Haven Promise ambassador and parent because I believe in the Promise model, with its life-changing results for the Promise students and families who are our neighbors, coworkers, classmates, and even for our own family and our son. Our New Haven Promise student and son, Charles McLean, who again submitted written testimony, says it best. The professional experience offered by the program through both positions offered and the back-end support that the Promise program has provided, from resume workshops, networking events, tutorials, job alerts, and a general sense of care, has been a transformative part of my career, and one that I hope to continue to use as a Promise alum when I return to live and work in New Haven after graduation in May. He's at Connecticut College. Promise makes college possible for a wide range of students. Growing up in New Haven, we knew many high-achieving students from lower income or immigrant families who did not think college was ever possible until they learned about the New Haven Promise and began to strive towards it. Promise became both a goal and a gateway in New Haven. From day one, the staff provides excellent guidance on financial aid and budgeting that turns that goal into a reality. I'm currently a student at SCSU under the 62+ fee waiver, and I'd be happy to discuss that and things I've learned about it separately if you'd like. Many of my Southern classmates tell me that they are there only because of the Promise programs in New Haven, Hartford, and Waterbury. These students are veterans, single parents, and first-generation scholars. At SCSU alone, nearly 700 students have received New Haven Promise scholarships, and nearly 300 have graduated. I see their faces not just in classes and clubs, but when I volunteer at Promise career fairs and outreach events. Promise helps students complete college programs. It really does help with the completion rates. The New Haven Promise 4-year completion rate is nearly 68%, which is much higher than many other public institutions in Connecticut. Promise programs deliver career success. We know that the greatest predictor of career success for college students is experiential learnings of all kinds, and it's what employers say they want and need. SCSU students I know get real summer paid internships, not just jobs at family restaurants or the local gym, but real paid internships. Our son has benefited from this with 2 internships and will be having another one this summer and hopes to get a job from New Haven Promise. So please help Promise build the Connecticut workforce and keep these students here in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your passionate testimony. Any questions? Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on the career success that the program helps to establish that?
So higher education research, employers, when you survey them, career offices, I worked in higher education for many years, say that the one thing that is most meaningful to them, and to students, I would imagine, if you ask them, is having an internship, doing field work, doing a co-op, doing a study away, doing research in a lab that's not in a class. These sort of co-curricular learning experiences which take learning in classrooms and bring it into the real world and, as our student just said, connect them to potential future employers and let them explore the world of work, whether they like it or not, what they're good at. So we know that this is the most, I think the National Association of Colleges and Employers, the kind of career services people, say that the most impactful thing you can do for college student success are these kinds of experiential learning. And that's what Promise provides for all of these students. And it's paid summer internships, which you can't find very much anywhere else.
Thank you. Hang on just 1 second. We have another question for you, this one virtually from Senator Godcar-Wilcox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say hi, Lisa. Nice to see you. And, you know, you have a whole family of advocates. So just a thank you for all the work you're doing here. And speaking of experiential learning, thank you to Scott McLean, who does a lot at Quinnipiac University to get our students connected, you know, to know about the legislature, to be involved, and to have those opportunities as well. So it's nice to see that the thread runs throughout the family, and just wanted to say hi and nice to see you. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Thank you again, Lisa, for coming in. Up next, Ling Zhao. Hopefully I pronounced your last name okay. You are joining us virtually, and good afternoon to you. Go ahead. We can
Okay, yeah.
see you.
Good
Yep, go ahead.
afternoon, Senator and members of the Higher Education Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Ling Xiao. Yeah, you pronounced my name correctly. Thank you. I'm a health policy student at Yale University, and I am testifying in support of raised Bill 381. Since Connecticut legalized online sports betting and casino gaming in 2021, mobile betting apps are now constant presence in lives of our college students. The state recognized early on that expanded gambling access requires expanded protections. That is why we have the Chronic Gamblers Treatment Rehabilitation Account under Section 17A 713, and why license holders must contribute annually to problem gaming programs. But those protections have not yet reached the students on our public college campuses. The national research estimates that roughly 6% of college students have a serious gambling problem, nearly double the rate in general adult population. The young adults between 18 and 25 are at elevated risk because the parts of the brain that govern the impulse control are still developing. The problem gambling among students often leaves them with greater psychological distress. Also, the stigma and lack of knowledge of available resources remain the primary barriers to seeking help. This bill directly addresses that gap. The raised Bill 381 is a measured response. It requires just one awareness program per academic year, given the institution's great flexibility in how they deliver it, allows contracting with experienced nonprofits, and prioritizes those already receiving the state funding under Section 17A 713. It does not ban gambling or impose heavy costs. It simply ensures that students know the warning signs and where to turn for help before a manageable habit becomes a crisis. Connecticut chose to expand gambling access. With that choice comes a responsibility to protect our most vulnerable populations, including the young adults on our public campuses. I urge this committee to support raised Bill 381. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Don't see any questions, so thanks again. Have a good afternoon. Okay, up next is Ayana Encarnacion, who is also joining us remotely. I do not. Okay, let's see if. Oh yeah, okay, we see her on. There she is. Okay.
Hello,
Ayana, we see you. We can hear you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayana Encarnacion, and I am an alumna of the Hartford Promise Scholarship. I'm here today to testify in support of Bill 380, an act of implementing the recommendations of the task force to support Promise programs in the state. First and foremost, the Hartford Promise Scholarship has helped me graduate from the University of Connecticut completely debt-free. I repeat, completely debt-free. This is something I'm incredibly grateful for. I graduated in 2024 with a degree in biology, and I'm currently working as a research assistant. Because of the opportunities and support I received through Hartford Promise, I am now preparing to apply to competitive graduate programs. Not only did this program help me financially, but it also provided support in many other ways. With many scholarships, once you receive the initial funding, there's little to no follow-up. With Hartford Promise, I was consistently contacted about my academic progress, but also by team members who reached out on a more personal level as mentors, asking about my career goals and how I plan to reach them. Through the program, I was connected with volunteer opportunities, shadowing opportunities, and internships that helped me shape my experiences through college. What stood out to me even more was that the support did not end once I graduated. If anything, I felt even more supported afterwards. With COVID behind us, Hartford Promise began hosting in-person networking events, career fairs, and even graduation celebrations that allowed alumni to stay connected and continue building opportunities. This scholarship has had a huge impact on my life and also on my younger sister's life, as she received the same award and support. Because of that experience, I jumped at the opportunity to be a part of the Connecticut Promise Task Force, working to propose a Connecticut State Promise program to further support initiatives like Hartford Promise and potentially create a statewide option. Programs like Hartford Promise show what is possible when students are supported not just financially, but personally and professionally. Expanding these opportunities across Connecticut would allow many more students to graduate, build careers, and give back to their communities, just like this program has allowed my sister and I to do. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Representative Ackert with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Can you tell me how you were brought to attention about the Promise program while you were in school?
That's a great question. This feels like such a long time ago. Because it wasn't a scholarship that I actually had to apply to, it was something that I found out about during the one of the awards ceremonies that happened at my high school, where they would say, you know, what scholarships people had received, and I believe that was a point where I realized that I received this scholarship. And then from, you know, my first year in college, I was receiving emails from Hartford Promise where they were contacting me, you know, wanting to know what major I was picking and asking all these questions about me to kind of create a personal profile for me as a student. And then they just followed up with that as I progressed.
Okay, and a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. When you entered school, were you like in what I would call, I'm going way, when you talk about dating yourself, I'm going way, way back. We had college preparatory classes, so you had different levels. Did your school offer that, your high school offer that, and were you guided in any way at all?
My high school didn't really offer college prep courses. What they did offer was ECE courses and AP courses, which could be translated into college credit for an actual class, but nothing to actually prepare you for the rigors of college. But taking those courses did prepare me for the rigors of college because of the higher level that they were placed.
Thank you, and I think that's very similar. Your comment was right. I think that's the replacement of what the classes I did. So, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ayana, for your testimony. I don't see any other questions, so I think you're free to go. Thanks again. And next up is Kalonda Mall, who's the Executive Director of Waterbury Promise, and we'll let you have your testimony. Representative Ackert, I think, raised a really good question in terms of recruitment, in terms of how prospective students find out about this. And I know that that's something that's connected to the bill that you're going to be speaking on, Senate Bill 380, because we want students to know as early as possible, right? Even in middle school, that hey, this is out there, right? The motivation that if I attend school, we have chronic absenteeism, I know in many districts, right? And I do the work, et cetera, that there's this promise that's made. So anyway, I think Representative Ackert's point is a real good one. So anyway, we'll let you offer your testimony, and maybe we'll give you a little foreshadowing and be asking you about that and how you do that and how potentially increased funding for the existing promise programs can make recruitment even more robust. So go ahead, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Excuse my voice, I'm getting over a cold. My name is Keelan Demal, and I am the founding executive director of Waterbury Promise. I am providing testimony in support of SB number 380, an act implementing the recommendations of the task force to support Promise programs in the state. I want to thank my scholars for being here today. I want to thank all the Promise programs and other scholars that are here in support of this bill. It has been an honor to serve along my colleagues on the task force. This work is deeply personal to me, and I understand firsthand the significance of higher education and the hurdles students face in earning a degree. Waterbury Promise provides a generous last dollar scholarship up to $5,000, along with mentorship, individualized student support, resource sharing, and career development, as you heard from our scholars today. Most importantly, the program helps reduce the burden of student loan debt. Our comprehensive and integrated college access and success model works, as we heard from Hartford, and you'll hear from New Haven as well. We, in just 5 years, we've achieved remarkable results. Today, we serve 880 students, scholars attending colleges across Connecticut, 23 different colleges in Connecticut. We continue to strengthen both private and public partnerships, expand collaborations with colleges that offer additional grant aid, and connect scholars to meaningful career opportunities, including job shadowing, internships, hands-on work experiences. We've achieved a 95% rate and maintain an overall 93% program retention rate. Students are enrolling in Connecticut colleges, staying in the program, and preparing for careers right here in our state. Since our inception, we have dispersed more than $1.7 million in scholarships and provided over $30,000 in emergency funding to help scholars meet additional needs, including books, laptops, food, and so much more, school supplies, etc. We are fulfilling our mission, and this May, we are proud to announce that we will be celebrating more than 150 scholars graduating with their associate and bachelor's degrees. In 2025 alone, enrollment increased by 25%, and we welcomed our largest cohort yet, with 301 scholars who started college this past fall. We look forward to achieving graduation rates above 70%, similar to those of our sister Promise programs in New Haven and Hartford, while ensuring that scholars secure meaningful careers that strengthen Connecticut's talent pipeline. As highlighted in the report, Promise programs across the state play a vital role in nurturing and retaining talent, preparing scholars for the workforce, promoting equity, improving post-secondary success. With 4 Promise programs spanning New Haven, Hartford, Waterbury, and now Bridgeport, we are collectively supporting thousands of scholars, opening doors to opportunity and guiding them towards a life-changing degree. SB 380 directly addresses Connecticut's current challenges, which we heard much of today, in a college affordability, access, and supporting students to succeed. The creation of a statewide office of post-secondary success and a coordinated Promise ecosystem will allow sustainability, expansion, and the sharing of best practices across the state. These recommendations will directly advance college access and affordability, student success, and workforce development so that young people can choose to build their futures here in Connecticut and contribute meaningfully to their communities. This is more than policy. This is our shared promise, an investment in our students and our workforce and the future of our state. Thank you.
I'll let you take a breath. Wow, good job. You raced through that. So if I may, I'll follow up on an issue that Representative Acker raised about how do you market this essentially to students? How old are they generally? What's the goal? And I imagine that that's a need, right, in order to improve marketing. But maybe you could touch on that.
Yeah, so you have to be on the ground and in the community, as many of my colleagues of other Promise programs know. You have to be in the schools. We are in middle schools. We are at community events in the city of Waterbury. We are in the high schools. We are at counselor meetings. We work closely with the district and students and families. So really being able to showcase that awareness, attending parent conferences, attending whatever's going on in the school so that students know that college is possible. As scholars said, there's no application. We have a data sharing agreement with the district of Waterbury Public Schools where we receive a list of students who actually qualify and meet our criteria starting from 9th grade through 12th grade. So we have that data to showcase. And as Richard Mr. Triggerman said before, the criteria for us, and it varies amongst the programs, is the 3.0 GPA, the 90% attendance rate, being a Waterbury resident, attending a Waterbury high school all 4 years, graduating with meeting that criteria, completing the FAFSA, and attending an accredited 2-year or 4-year college or university here in Connecticut. So meeting that criteria, we reach out to you. We send letters home from 9th grade all the way through your senior year, letting students know that they're on track to receive this opportunity. And many students and families, and especially families, they don't want to miss out on this opportunity. They call our office sophomore, junior year, what else do I need to do? We let students know if they fall off, if they don't meet the 3.0 or the 90%, that senior year, if they fall off that second marking period, we're reaching out to them and telling them to do extra work, do what you need to do so that you can be on our list to receive this opportunity.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Thank you. So let's go to the 3.0 grade average. Did you say that it's for the last senior year?
No, it's a cumulative, so they have
It
to
is
have
a
a 3.0
cumulative.
GPA.
Yeah, I asked that earlier, and I thought the answer was cumulative. So what do you do with kids who just learn about this program maybe in their junior year, didn't do so well in their first 2 years, but they got this passion, and they got any passion like you have, they really want to go to school.
Yeah.
So what do you do for them?
So we keep the standard at 3.0. Unfortunately, the GPA isn't as flexible as if a family had a death in the family and their attendance dropped just below 90%. They have to meet that 3.0. I won't even receive their names if they don't have that 3.0 based on the data sharing agreement.
So I only have one other question for you. Apart from the funding for the program, what's the biggest challenge for you as a director?
I would say the private philanthropic environment in Waterbury. We are New Haven County, and we are very grateful for the support from local government and most recently the state. But being able to diversify the private funding has been a challenge for us in Waterbury specifically. We don't have the private funding as Hartford does with the insurance companies or Fairfield County. So we work really hard to think outside the box, and not only are we having foundation grants, individual donors, local businesses, we began looking outside of the state as well, different foundations, but we have been blessed to have local officials when we started in 2021 really make an investment on a local level to give seed money to start this. And I think as we think about other municipalities and districts being able to take on this work, it really is a public-private partnership. And one of our founding champions was a large corporation, the Cigna Foundation, and we are working to find additional large corporations to support this work moving forward. Right now, we've dispersed over $1.7 million, and we worked our way up to $5,000 per year per student, and that will be our projections moving forward, and we will be giving out over $2 million next year. So it is important to have the public and the private, as we discussed, and I think we've been doing a really great job of balancing that, but it's going to take more leverage and more folks to get involved so that we can be sustainable and have additional opportunities and long-standing opportunities for our scholars, just like Hartford and New Haven.
I do have another question, maybe two. Mm-hmm. So regarding the loans, when they are all done with their graduate work, not graduate, but undergraduate work, what's the average loan that most of these students have?
So we are going to have our first graduates this year, and we actually work for students to lessen their student loans each year. And typically we want to see students leaving school with less than $10,000, especially if you're attending a public institution here in Connecticut. For some of the private institutions, that can be a bit more, depending on what private loans that they may have to take out. But for our public institutions, I would say students are leaving with less than $10,000 in student loan debt.
Well, and jumping to the workforce development and the internships, I know that through this building, we've been working on this for years, and we realize internships are crucial into developing a good, solid program for for the workforce, right? But the challenge is transportation. How do you guys handle that?
So we receive private dollars for that. We have great partnerships where they will support career readiness and workforce development. So, for example, being able to support a student to get here today, because of that monies, we're able to support them with transportation. So we look at each student individually and see what their needs are based on the funding that we do have and how we can support them. So we definitely support them with professional attire, with transportation to and from an internship during the summer, or if they're doing a 2-week project, we can support them. So we definitely allocate money to support students to get to and from internships and opportunities like this today.
Specifically, the transportation. How are you providing that? Is it Uber?
Yes, Uber gift cards.
Okay, and there's no actual van or some means of equipment?
No,
A vehicle that you would have to buy?
No, we have not experienced that
So
yet.
it's primarily an Uber? Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Representative Fortier.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for being here. And my question was partially answered because you talked about the attendance requirement, like if there was a death in the family. I'm wondering about an injury or illness to the student.
Yeah, similar, yeah. So the principal would reach out and let me know what the situation is, along with the school counselor, and then I would make that executive decision to approve that student.
Especially if they continue to maintain the 3.0,
Right,
even
right,
though
right.
there was an attendance issue. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
It just, we can't take chronic absenteeism, right? Like, we want to make sure students are reaching that standard of 90%, but we do understand that certain circumstances can hinder that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much for
today.
having me.
Next up is Ethan O'Connor. Ethan will be followed by Nick Teeling.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ethan O'Connor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Raised Bill number 380. I'm here not only as an employee of a Promise program, but a product of one, as I've been a scholar of the New Haven Promise since the beginning of my educational journey. From the moment I understood what college meant, Promise was part of the picture. For my family and I, it wasn't just encouragement, but financial clarity, giving my parents the ability to say that college is within reach without taking on an overwhelming debt. For many, the biggest barrier to higher education isn't motivation, but affordability and predictability. Promise helped remove that uncertainty and allowed us to plan ahead, understand the expectations, and focus on meeting the academic requirements instead of constantly questioning whether college would be financially sustainable. This structured and reliable support is what turns opportunity into a degree. Through the support network set up around Promise, I was able to intern at Yale University, which was an experience that strengthened my professional skill set and workplace readiness. It made it more realistic for me to start my career here at home and build upon the skills and connections that employers are looking for in young scholars. Today, I work for the New Haven Promise as a business operations assistant, a full circle moment from scholar to staff, and that perspective has given me a deeper understanding of what it truly takes to operate and sustain a Promise program. Last year, I attended a National PromiseNet conference in Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is home of the Kalamazoo Promise. Being there gave me a broader perspective on what Promise programs look like across the country, such as the different funding models, reporting requirements, staffing structures, and the long-term planning that goes into keeping them sustainable. It reinforced something that I see now in my everyday role. Working behind the scenes, assisting with the numbers, tracking awards, reconciling expenses and payments, and helping ensure that every dollar is accounted for and properly distributed, showed me there is real infrastructure behind every scholarship. And that infrastructure matters, because when funding is strong and stable, programs can plan ahead. They can staff appropriately, invest in technology that reduces administrative burden, and invest in more students without compromising the accountability. I've seen firsthand how much coordination and precision it takes to sustain a Promise program that families can rely on. I've also seen how impactful it is when that works. So I sit here as someone who has benefited from that investment and now helps manage it. Promise programs are more than just scholarships, as they're structured, accountable systems designed to turn all the preparation into completion and on the education into workforce readiness. Continued support through Senate Bill 380 ensures that more students can have the same clarity, opportunity, and stability that shaped my own journey. Thank you for your time and commitment to supporting Promise programs.
Thank you. I see Representative Ackert has a question.
Thank you. I'm going to focus most of my questions with the students if I possibly can, because I want to know how you heard about it and how did you get into it? How did you hear about it?
I think it would have been my parents that heard about it.
Okay.
Because I've lived in New Haven my whole life, and so has my family. And so I think once they knew the great opportunity that it was to be able to send your kid to college tuition free with all supporting networks around it, it was like a no-brainer. So we stayed in New Haven, and I was always told to, maintain the like academic satisfactory, that 3.0 GPA, attendance, all that. So it's just always been a part of my life. I don't really remember the first time I heard of it, but.
Okay. And if you don't mind me asking, maybe you can be honest or don't have to answer the question. How were you in middle school as a student? You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer if you don't
I
want
would
to.
say good. I have a great family. I was always well educated, in my opinion.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
And thank you for taking the time to be here and share your story, because that's important.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I'm tempted to ask you how you did in elementary school too, but I'll let that pass. Next up is Nick Teeling. Nick will be followed by Patricia Melton.
Good afternoon, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, Senator Martin, Representative Bronco, and esteemed members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Nick Teeling, and I am testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can reach their full potential. Connecticut Voices for Children is testifying today in support of House Bill 5419, an act requiring the Department of Children and Families to expand eligibility for post-secondary education benefits for certain youth, and we also suggest ways in which the bill can be strengthened. House Bill 5419 would require the DCF to extend eligibility for existing post-secondary higher education funding programs for foster youth and adopted youth whose education was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, the bill directs the Commissioner to provide additional time for such youth to qualify for education benefits under DCF's current funding programs. We support this effort and believe it reflects a clear understanding that rigid age cutoffs do not reflect the lived realities of youth whose education has been disrupted by systemic events beyond their control. We offer that the bill could be strengthened by aligning the language with the broader eligibility expansions proposed in House Bill 5270. House Bill 5270 extends initial eligibility for DCF post-secondary funding programs from age 21 to 26 and extends the age to complete a program from age 23 to 28. Rather than creating a narrow COVID-specific extension, aligning these two bills would establish a consistent eligibility framework that reflects how long post-secondary education pathways can take for former foster youth. National research consistently shows that young people who experience foster care graduate high school, enroll in college, and complete degrees at substantially lower rates than their peers. Between 69 and 85% of youth with foster care experience complete a high school diploma or GED, compared to approximately 98% of young people overall. While between 29 and 64% of foster youth enroll in some form of post-secondary education, only 8 to 12% earn a 2 or 4 year degree by their mid to late 20s. By contrast, approximately 49% of young adults in general population complete a post-secondary degree, representing a roughly 5-fold difference in degree attainment. Importantly, this gap is not driven by lack of ambition. Research consistently finds that a strong majority of youth in foster care aspire to attend college. This disparity is driven instead by instability, trauma exposure, school mobility, financial insecurity, housing disruptions, and the absence of family-based financial support systems that many young adults rely upon during their early adulthood. This bill is essential to ensuring that these young people have the time and resources needed to succeed in accomplishing their educational and vocational goals. A pandemic-specific extension is responsive to a discrete disruption, but youth with foster care experience face structural disruptions that long predate COVID-19. Placement changes, school mobility, court involvement, and periods of instability routinely delay academic progression. The last thing I'll note is that aligning House Bill 5419 with House Bill 5270 would move Connecticut from a temporary adjustment towards a durable policy solution that's equitable. Policies like these recognize that success often does not follow a linear timeline for people who face trauma and hardship. While parents, may allow for flexibility of indecision or big life disruptions, it's important to remember that the state of Connecticut is the legal guardian in the case of the foster youth in the DCF's care. These policy changes provide a helping hand so that foster youth have a fair shot at leading prosperous, self-directed lives, which is the hope of any parent. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I see Representative Fortier has a question.
I just want to thank you. As someone who raised my own children and 3 of my nieces, while it wasn't identical to a foster care situation, I understand the differences and the distinctions, and those kids had a more difficult time pursuing secondary education, and I just want to thank you for that acknowledgement, because it is a systemic difference. It's not an ability difference, and it's important, and we are the caretakers of those folks, no matter how old they are. Thank you.
And it's our hope the state of Connecticut does everything it can in its power to ensure that those kids and those students have every opportunity that they have.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Patricia Melton. After Ms. Melton, Andrea Dennis will be joining us remotely.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Melton, and I've had the privilege of leading New Haven Promise as its president since August of 2012. First, I want to thank the co-chairs, Senator Slapp and Representative Haddad, and the members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee for your leadership to elevate the challenges faced by thousands of families across Connecticut who desire to choose Connecticut for college and eventually to invest in these graduates and these people to choose Connecticut as a career destination. Also, I want to express my gratitude to the practitioners of Promise in the state and the many funders of our place-based Promise programs in Connecticut. Obviously, Hartford Promise, Waterbury Promise, and our latest member, Bridgeport Promise, who we are all doing the work of for our communities. And I also want to thank the co-chairs of the task force committee, the co-chairs Richard Sugarman and Kelvin Rodon. Through visionary leadership provided in New Haven, the first Promise program was launched in December of 2010, leading the way for the proof of concept of Promise here in Connecticut. Strong funding, all privately provided by our core funders, Yale University to the tune of $43 million to date, the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, $6 million, and Yale New Haven Hospital, New Haven Health, $7 million. Those core funders and many, many more I'm not able to list here are responsible for this proof of concept that has really provided the way. New Haven has served as that proof point, working in an ecosystem of philanthropy, business, higher education institutions who have provided dedicated funds to match and even exceed what we bring to the table, our public schools, and most importantly, our families. I want to raise their names in this legacy that we're building here, in this public testimony that we're providing. Our motto has been very clear from the start: to college, that's the college access part and the community engagement part, through supporting our scholars while they're in college, and back, helping them to launch their career and civic lives. Since the inception of Promise, New Haven has seen a 70% jump in the number of public school graduates pursuing 4-year degrees. I'll repeat that, 70% jump. Instead of our students out-migrating and choosing other states for education and career, Promise graduates have sent millions, as I said, 43 million to our colleges here in the state. So they've invested in you. They've invested in Connecticut. And they've also invested in their community. In New Haven, 400,000 hours of community service, because we require that of our scholars. We invest in them, we expect them to invest in their city that invests in them. Just to give you some numbers, we have at this time 250 scholars at UConn, 250 scholars. After we instituted an agreement with UConn, our numbers went from sending roughly 45 to 50 students to UConn a year to almost 80 to 90 a year. This is how we've been able to get to that phenomenal number. And there are many agreements, and other Promise programs have these agreements in place, and that's what keeps these scholars here in the city. In 2014, New Haven Promise created its talent programming and has led the way, not just here in Connecticut, but across the country in working with Promise alumni to launch their careers in the state and beyond. 86% of our Promise scholars return as alumni to live and work in the greater New Haven area. We've been deeply involved in providing technical support to help launch Bridgeport Promise and have served in consultancies for numerous communities who aspire to provide a Promise benefit. So we're thrilled to see all these components of the Senate Bill 380 that will help basically expand Promise programs to other cities that really need that here. Communities across Connecticut cannot wait for the legislature to invest. We're doing it. We've been doing it. But it is the right thing to do to expand now more than ever. We will continue to do the work necessary in our communities. Recently, working with our Chamber of Commerce to solicit funds for early career development from the state, we were denied funds to work with our students. We've been told over and over, your students don't need help. They have college degrees, but that is not true. And so I'm hoping that being here today, not only the higher education, but you also represent workforce, that we can start to get you on our radar around the needs and the work that we're doing. Our communities are depending on the legislature to do more as we do more, because we cannot wait, our students cannot wait, our parents cannot wait, our higher ed institution, our partners, we cannot wait anymore. So I'm challenging you to join us in this work. Again, Senator Haddad, Representative Slapp, and the rest of the committee, I applaud your efforts to take up this challenge with us, and I am open to any questions that you have. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much. Senator Slapp, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Representative Haddad, and thank you, Patricia, for your leadership. Quick question. Your organization receives no state funding, is that correct?
None.
Okay. And so the bill would include some increase from zero for state funding. What would you do with that state funding? Why is that something that's important for your organization?
Well, I would say, I don't want to say that we wouldn't use the scholarship money. Right now, we are one of the most generous scholarship programs, Promise programs in the country. We disperse roughly, well, this year, it was about $4.2 million. We've been doing that for several years. What we need is, again, about 70-80% of our students are first generation to college. Our Promise was developed as an economic development intervention. So as much as our founders really care about certainly providing this, let's be clear. Our workforce changed. In New Haven, the number one employer used to be Winchester Gun Factory. The number one and number two employers are Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital. So we really need that education base, and that's really why our folks did it. What we need is we do not get overhead money. We do not get money for our K through 12 talent manager who is working in the schools to, in fact, make sure that families know about Promise and that they're doing everything that they need to do. And we work very closely with the school district. In just 10 years, I came in 2012. For several years before Promise was instituted, there was an outflight of families from the city decreased enrollment for 10 straight years, from 2012 all the way up to 2022. We, the district, retained families, grew their budget because they retained those families. And then obviously COVID hit and kind of ruined that for everyone. But, you know, these families get it. This money flows to students, and students choose, and families choose. So I think that's what you've heard here today.
Yeah, and my guess is that you have more success in generating philanthropy for scholarships that would go directly to the students than you would for covering administrative costs. Is that right?
Well, we actually have an agreement that the mayor of our city negotiated with Yale University to pay up to $5 million in scholarship for students who qualify.
Right.
We've never turned a student away who have, in other words, every student that qualifies actually receives this scholarship, and that's what we've done since inception.
Right. I mean, my point is that you, tell me if I'm right, but that it's easier to generate donations to pay for student scholarships than it is for salaries for people who work at New Haven Promise, correct?
I would say generally that's correct. Again, what I would like to say is that in our city, Yale New Haven Hospital, Community Foundation, they make contributions, and it was an agreement that was done by the leaders of our city to help pay for the administrative component to make sure that we could run this program
Gotcha,
without
gotcha.
interruption.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry it took me a minute to understand that.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Great,
today.
thank you.
Next up, joining us remote is Andrea Dennis.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Andrea Dennis. I'm a licensed veterinarian practicing in Connecticut. I also wear a different hat at times where I serve on the UConn Board of Trustees. But today I'm here representing the Connecticut Veterinary Medical Association to strongly support House Bill 5418, an act concerning the Kirkland Kerr program at the University of Connecticut, which would reestablish this grant program to help veterinary students with the cost of their education. I believe there's been written testimony that's been submitted by Dr. Elizabeth Lamparelli and others that participated in this program and benefited from them. So I'm sure you'll read their testimony. Connecticut, like much of New England, is experiencing a critical shortage of veterinarians, particularly in rural and underserved areas. This shortage affects not only companion animal care, but also public health, food safety, livestock production, and access to preventative veterinary medicine. The high cost of veterinary education, often leaving graduates with six-figure debt, and I'm talking $300,000 to $400,000, is a well-documented barrier to entering and practicing, and actually remaining in practice. By helping to offset the tuition and securing veterinary seats, this bill will do primarily three things. It's going to reduce financial barriers that deter students from pursuing veterinary careers or from returning to serve in our state. It's going to boost the local veterinary workforce, attracting and retaining clinicians who will become long-term contributors to community health, economic stability, and animal care. In addition to general shortages, Connecticut faces specific workforce challenges, including limited access to large animal practitioners. And I realize that some of you represent districts where this is impacting farmers, 4-H youth, and agricultural sustainability. Overburdened clinics in suburban and urban areas result in long wait lines and delayed care. As a veterinarian who has been in practice for several years, I can attest that the future of veterinary medicine depends on our ability to encourage students not just to attend veterinary school, but to thrive here in Connecticut after graduation. Every year, I hire 1 to 2 UConn pre-veterinary students, and yes, it's an honor to mentor them, but selfishly, I do so because they are super intelligent and passionate about the profession they are striving so hard to become a part of. Programs like the one proposed in this bill are proven tools to cultivate a sustainable workforce rooted in state needs. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to support and vote yes on HB 5418. I thank you for your time and consideration. I know that I'm not the only person that's going to be testifying this afternoon, but I am the first, so I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. One quick question. So first off, just about your biography. You also serve on the Board of Trustees at the University of Connecticut, is that correct?
Correct, I do.
Great. To the best of your knowledge, has UConn, well, a lot of people are very surprised to learn that UConn doesn't have a veterinarian school.
Right.
Just as many are equally surprised to learn that there is no public veterinarian school in New England. I think there's only one program, and that's at Tufts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the question, I guess, is like, has UConn ever looked at what it would take to start a veterinarian school?
Yes, and I believe I have that study filed in my cabinet. We have, and we looked at 3 options at the time. And again, the financial, the cost of building a veterinary school would be such a burden to the state. And that's why this alternative, because again, we were looking for seats because Connecticut residents were at risk of even getting into veterinary school because we did not have any kind of official program. So it's not only just the cost, it was the fact that we didn't even have the opportunity to go to veterinary school. And so that had been looked at. There was a study that was done, a sustainability study, as well as those potential options. And that's why this Kirkland Kerr program was the one that everyone landed on. Now, and then there's been where we've looked at even, can you do a couple of years with the UConn Medical School? Can you combine those things? But it just was not feasible. And that's where the Kirkland Kerr program was developed and settled on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, as I was looking through, I'm looking ahead at some testimony that says that, we actually commissioned a report from UConn related to the program. It costs something like $1.5 million per cohort is what I think I remember. And that, I mean, I guess that sounds like a lot of money until you start thinking about the cost of starting a veterinarian school, which is probably something north of $250 million. Is that what your study sort of showed?
And that was, the most recent study. And the study that I was referring to as well, that actually went to the Board of Trustees. The most recent study was not discussed at that level. But again, the people that put that together did bring those facts so that we can kind of re-engage. And it's not just the cost of building, and it's not just the cost of what that would take for the state. It's also finding faculty members that can, so that they can teach and that we can make sure that our students are taught properly. Veterinary schools that are being developed, they're having a tough time being able to find professors versus those that want to go into private practice. And so that would also be a challenge as well, is finding quality faculty members to even educate the population.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Yes, Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I just did things you can do when you can Google something very quickly. I see multiple vet tech programs in the state, but that's it. And we have them in our community colleges. And then they have nowhere to essentially go in Connecticut. That's what I'm finding, and that's what you just stated, I believe. Is that correct?
Well, I think that we do have the veterinary technicians, and again, that is another discussion in terms of where they can land, finding good quality practices. I do think I would kind of differentiate that from the need for veterinarians, because again, they're two different jobs, even though we work together. If I'm explaining that correctly to you. But yes, to have qualified placement for them has been a little bit unnerving.
Well, I'm thinking about them that they get the vet tech and you know what? Oh, I want to go on and be a veterinarian. I want to take
Oh, I
the skills
see.
they've learned and then go to that next level. And we don't have anything here, it seems like.
Exactly, we don't. And the other thing too is that because sometimes, and because of the cost of this, and that's what we're talking about as well, if they did want to become a veterinarian, in order to go to school as a Connecticut resident, if you're lucky to get in, first of all, then you're paying this out-of-state tuition. So what some people do is they establish residency, and with that residency, then they end up staying in whatever state they've established, because there's just like no pull to come back to Connecticut. And that's what we're trying to encourage. And this is what I do when I mentor some of these students. And it's coincidental. It's coincidental in that this past summer, I hired a Hartford Promise student who wants to become a veterinarian. So I'm listening to all this testimony this afternoon and just thinking how everything does tie in together and trying to get these students a meaningful career, a chance to be able to do what they love. And for me, that's what veterinary medicine is.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
My pleasure.
Also joining us remotely is Alyssa Kelleher. I think she is, yes, online and ready. You can proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Alyssa Kelleher, and I am the director of the Office of Veterans and Military Programs at the University of Connecticut, a combat veteran, and now serving in the Guard in my 26th year of service. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 5417. I would like to share my concerns with the language of the bill as it is currently drafted. To be clear, I am not opposing the bill. I'm simply bringing up major issues that must be addressed. Before I go further, I want to share a little bit about UConn's veteran population. We are proud to support this vital sector of our community. As one of the best schools in the nation for veterans with over 1,000 military connected students, we are passionate about providing the best support possible to veterans. In order to continue providing these benefits, we must thoughtfully consider the current proposal at hand and how it may impact current benefits and our ability to administer them. We have several serious concerns about the sections of the bill related to dependent children of veterans becoming eligible for the state waiver. As currently drafted, the bill would be extremely hard to administer. The language of the bill suggests that the use of the state tuition waiver is trackable, which at this time it is not. There are additional questions. What about a child of a dual veteran couple? Can the child stack the entitlement of both parents for 16 semesters of tuition waiver? Would there be any requirement to use federal benefits first? What if a veteran has multiple children? Is only one child eligible? How, if at all, does this change apply to the National Guard waiver? At this time, both military-related waivers, the veterans and the Guard waiver, have parity in every other way. This bill as written does not extend the waiver to children of National Guard members. And most importantly, who will track the transfer and use of the benefit? What would prevent the veteran from having used the benefit at a different college than the dependent using the benefit elsewhere? Multiple children could reach college age at different times and attend different colleges. There is no communication between colleges about usage, nor are any of us equipped to track such a thing at this level. As it stands right now, schools are required to verify a veteran's eligibility to use the current state waiver. Each school does this independently when a veteran enrolls and requests to use the waiver for the first time at that institution. It doesn't matter what the veteran used at another school to us because the benefit at this time is unlimited and only to be used by the veteran. In order for this change to be implemented as currently written, the bill must include the creation of funding for a state office to approve and track all usage and transfer of the benefit. The only way to administer this benefit would be for the state to establish a central office and/or an online site with individuals vetting the applications to determine eligibility as well as months of benefits, if applicable for multiple children, and to handle the transfers. Schools cannot individually accept the management or accountability burden for the expansion of the waiver. In summary, there's a great deal of information that must be added for the bill to be implemented. There are many details to consider and to include in order to understand the fiscal impact, not just to IHLs, but potentially to the state VA or the state as a whole. Due to these concerns, if there is a desire to provide this waiver to dependents of veterans, I suggest the committee should simply grant a full waiver to dependents and not try to link the benefit back to a veteran's prior use of the waiver. I volunteer here and now to assist with a refined version of this waiver. I appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments and thank the committee for its longstanding support of the University of Connecticut.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Yes, I see Representative Ackert has a question for you.
Thank you. I believe it's Major, correct?
No, in the Guard, I'm a colonel.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Colonel. I'm looking at an older post then. So I'm Air Force veteran. And thank you for your service, by the way. And so if the way you read this, if I did use my waiver, which I haven't, in the state of Connecticut, that my children could. Is that the way you're reading this? At kind of an open-ended policy?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that are open-ended about it. The way I'm reading it right now is that if you didn't use it as the veteran, your child or children, I'm not sure which, could. And then I don't know how many semesters that would be, because part of what makes our veterans waiver the best in the nation, which I've researched, and it is, for the veteran, is that it's unlimited. So right now, we aren't limiting the number of semesters that a veteran themselves can use. So we aren't tracking that either. So I don't know if it's, could you give, like the GI Bill, could you give some semesters to one child and some to another? I think all of that is the details that need to be worked out.
Yeah, I think it's a good starting point for us to have this conversation. I think you weighing in is important, and I appreciate it. And I remember Robert Passmore saying at one point, you guys were number 2 behind Ohio State. So I guess you've overcome Ohio State in taking care of veterans. So congratulations on that effort. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Bronco has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel, for your testimony today. I'm just curious, did you happen to see the earlier discussion when the proponent of the bill came in?
I did. And I don't think that our discussions are, mutually exclusive of each other. I understand all of his arguments for and why it would benefit. I think that these are just things that need to be worked out for the people who are downstream implementing and putting this bill into practice as an actual waiver from day to day.
I would agree, and I want to thank you for the testimony you submitted, because it was very thoughtful and helpful in helping frame, I think, the discussion we have to have around this bill, and you've brought up some good ideas and points that we have to consider, especially in the language. So I just want to thank you for submitting that, and hopefully we can maybe tighten it up and figure out a way to make it work in a plausible way. So thank you for that submission.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? I see none, so thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Sivan Hines. She will be followed by Kristen Govani.
Good afternoon. I'm glad it's not good evening, but as the last, my name is Dr. Sivan Hines, and I have the privilege of being president of Hartford Promise, and having sat on the task force, really thankful to everyone. I'm scrapping everything I wrote because I think you've heard a lot of the great support. You've heard the students, you've heard the other directors. So instead, I tried to write out answers because I wanted to jump up and down and answer so many of the questions that were coming. So specifically, one of the ones was what makes Promise programs different than other CBO work? And the issue here is that it's not about starting college, it's about finishing college. And you have to think about the students we're serving right now in our aligned districts. So for Hartford, 90% students of color, 75% are first-generation college students, 75% are low-income Pell eligible. Connecticut is changing. The demographics are changing. The students we serve need to change. We don't, our criteria is place-based, so everyone qualifies, but that's the largest percentage of our students. So it's the combination of both scholarship and support. You need the scholarship because you have to eliminate some of those financial barriers. You can't work 40 hours a week at Amazon warehouse and still succeed as an engineering student. And you've heard the importance of the support programs. Our success, we're at a 76% graduation rate. That is 10 points higher than national numbers for graduation rates for all college students. It's 25 percentage points higher than Black and Latino students in this country. That's why that combination is so important. The second question was, what do we do about letting students know early about the program? Hugely important. Buy-in from the school system is really important. You can get online and watch the superintendent of Hartford Public Schools, and Andre Townsend, is out there everywhere shouting to students at Puerto Rican Day parades, et cetera, talking to families about if you stay in Hartford, if you stay in school, if you do your work, this is there for you. So, and then we have a team that's working in the high schools. We share data. We all do that. The sharing of data encouraging students. So that piece is really important. The other thing was workforce development and the economics. So understanding that this program is about workforce, it's about equity, and it's about economic development. To date, our combined 1,900 college graduates have a lifetime projected earnings of $5.3 billion. And given our future graduate numbers, just from the 3 programs here that are already fully established, that number increases by more than $1 billion a year. Connecticut can't afford to not invest in its students. Employers are telling me constantly they want employees that stay here. 80+% of our students are staying here in Connecticut to work. Many come from immigrant families. They want to be here, and employers love them. They've navigated life to get where they are. So to invest in them, to not invest in them doesn't make any sense at all if Connecticut's going to continue to thrive. So I tried to answer some of the questions that got posed earlier.
Thank you. We love testimony that's modified to address our concerns. Thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee? I don't see any. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us and offering your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Kristen Giovanni, followed by Rosalind Wiggins.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Gavoni. I serve as the Associate Dean of Academic Programs in the College of Agriculture, Health, and Natural Resources at the University of Connecticut. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5418, an act concerning the Kirkland M. Kerr program at the University of Connecticut. Connecticut is one of 21 states without a veterinary school. That means our residents must compete nationally for limited seats at out-of-state institutions. And as was mentioned earlier by Dr. Dennis, this is often at significantly higher out-of-state tuition rates. Meanwhile, many other states without veterinary schools contract with institutions in other states to reserve seats and secure in-state tuition for their residents. The Kirkland M. Kerr program allowed Connecticut to do exactly that. From 2008 to 2018, this program supported 76 Connecticut students at Iowa State University's College of Veterinary Medicine. It provided guaranteed seats, up to 5 per year, and reduced tuition to an in-state equivalent rate. The program successfully leveled the playing field for Connecticut's top students and expanded access to veterinary education for residents across our state, not just UConn students. In response to Special Act 2422, UConn conducted a feasibility study on restarting the program. We contacted 35 accredited veterinary schools, and 6 responded. Of the 3, Tufts University, Iowa State University, and University of Georgia were determined to be strong, viable partners based on available seats, Connecticut student interest, program quality, and clinical training opportunities. House Bill 5418 appropriately expands access from 5 to 10 students per year. Under the proposed structure, we could support 10 students per incoming cohort or up to 40 students enrolled at any given time. As you mentioned earlier, the estimated annual cost is between $1.4 to $1.6 million per year, reflecting the differential between in-state and out-of-state tuition, required administrative fees, and program coordination. Front-loading the full cost commitment is essential so that students can confidently begin their veterinary education knowing their funding is secure. Because this program serves all Connecticut residents, we also respectfully request an additional $10,000 annually to support administrative costs within our college. Finally, while UConn supports the goal of encouraging graduates to practice in Connecticut, we do not have the infrastructure or expertise to administer a statewide loan forgiveness program, particularly for non-UConn students. That component will be better managed by an entity with direct experience in loan forgiveness administration. The Kirkland M. Kerr program was highly successful. It expanded opportunity, reduced financial barriers, and strengthens Connecticut's veterinary workforce pipeline. We believe it can do so again. I thank you for your consideration and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just a couple really quick questions. But just so I understand, the basic premise here is that that UConn signs an agreement with another state, with another university, it does not be a state university, another university, to reserve a set number of slots. They'll be guaranteed for Connecticut residents, right?
Correct.
So, we pay that university to reserve those slots. And that payment also covers not just the cost of reserving the slots, but also the difference between what those students would be paying and what they would be paying if they were an in-state student at the institution. Is that right?
Correct. And we would have to determine the mechanism with an MOU with the institution. I can share what was done previously with Iowa State, and that was students became aware of this program. For those that applied to Iowa State University, they actually take Connecticut resident applications and pull them aside to look at those, knowing that they have 5 guaranteed spots. They then accept, and they could accept more than 5, but they accept as many as are acceptable for their program, send that list back to UConn, and UConn then initiates the process of notifying students that they may be eligible. They'd apply, and then the funds are sent to that other institution. So the paying them, some of them have an administrative fee, Iowa State does not, but the majority of the funds are to cover that differential between in-state and out-of-state tuition.
Right, and I was just looking at the bill title, and it says, the Kirkland M. Kerr program at the University of Connecticut. A little bit of a misnomer there. I mean, you're really just acting as an administrative partner because nobody else is available to do it, and so for that, you're asking for a $10,000 administrative cost.
The $10,000 per year would be for, and this was talking to a predecessor that had done this before, the time that it will take to continue that MOU with the other institution, take the list that they have, and then do application process for the Connecticut residents, and then to ensure that the funds move through, as well as track that every year to determine whether students are staying enrolled in that program or whether more are available. So it's a small amount relative to the staff time that it would take, but
yeah, I understand. I
something
just want to say you're
necessary.
driving a hard bargain here, asking for $10,000. But there's no additional amount of the money ends up at the University of Connecticut. It all goes to whatever the partner school is, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right. And then last, just around the student loan idea. I mean, I will say that I have Representative Branco's words are ringing in my ears. And the reason why it was written the way it is because there is some interest among members of the committee to ensure that the ultimate beneficiary of the investment are people in Connecticut. So we're trying to figure out a way to since we heard earlier testimony, it says like students will oftentimes go out of state, maybe they won't come back. How do we encourage students to return to Connecticut to meet our veterinarian needs here in the state? That's the reason why we're investing the money. So I guess we'll try to figure out a mechanism when the idea in this bill is to issue a loan and then make that refundable or forgivable for if they work for 5 years after they return. We'll have to see if that works without being administratively burdensome in and of itself.
Right.
But that would be the idea. But thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? I see Senator Slapp followed by Representative Acker.
Thank you. And Representative Haddad touched on this a little bit, but so the students are not in any way, the students who are participating in this potential program, they're not UConn students, right?
They could be, or they could be Connecticut residents attending another institution in Connecticut.
Right.
Or residents that have gone outside for their undergraduate degree.
But they're Iowa State Cyclones, they're not UConn Huskies, right? I mean, for the sake, what I'm getting at is that why is UConn the middleman here at all?
I don't know the history. I do know Kirkland Kerr was one of our previous deans, and based on, and I'm just projecting here, based on Dr. Dennis's testimony, that there was a committee that reviewed this. I'm guessing that there was a group that determined when they evaluated whether a vet school was feasible versus finding other ways to support our students for an in-state tuition, that maybe he was involved and that's how this came about.
Can you think of any reason why it wouldn't
Do you
make
know more?
more? Gail Garber, you're not on the list here. You're
Sorry, Gail.
Out of order. No, I'm
Sorry, I thought you were looking
Just-
at me.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, I think what happened is because we have.
Just identify yourself first and then stay with
Gail
the line.
Garber, UConn Government Relations. I think what happened back in the day was that because we have an ag school, we had the connections with other vet schools and sort of did the initial vetting of choosing Iowa State, which was the previous recipient of the tuition subsidies. So I think the UConn and the College of Ag did the vetting and selected Iowa State. That's how we got here.
Does that still occur or no?
She did that with this.
The special act last year, the
Right.
24-22, that asked us to go
Right.
do feasibility. I did that with our prior dean, Indrajit Chowbey. So we sent an RFA, request for applications,
Okay.
to all veterinary schools to have them send to us, one, if they were interested, and two, what would that partnership look like?
So
And
do
many
you
of-
think it makes sense to tether this to UConn still?
We have a history and knowledge of how to manage and to do this, and as she had mentioned, have the connections with the other veterinary schools. I don't know that it needs to be tethered, and it wasn't done in a way to only support UConn students. It was to support the state of Connecticut's
Right.
residents.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You may not know this, answer this, but how much is the shortage nationally for veterinarians?
Veterinarians. Yes. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
I wish we'd asked.
That's fair.
Dr.
And the reason why
Dennis.
it just
Yeah.
brings it up is that, as kind of said, is that we help pay for the education piece, right? But then if it's such a needed profession, that somebody pays their student loans. It happens in every, if I need somebody, I'm going to pay it's only the offset of in-state to out-of-state, so it's really not the whole boat.
Correct.
So in terms of the language, so it might not be that great for another institution if they're $5,000 more than our in-state, whatever it may be. So it's like, like for $20,000, paying somebody's student loans off, I get that, expertise. So thank you for your testimony, though. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Rosalind Wiggins, followed by Mark Albin. Good afternoon. Thank you. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, members of the committee. My name is Roz Wiggins, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Raise Bill number 380, an act implementing the recommendations of the task force to support the promise programs in the state. I'm a longtime Connecticut resident and a lecturer at Yale School of Management, and for years I worked at the Yale Program on Financial Stability. In this position, I was liaised with Ms. Patricia Melton at New Haven Promise, and for years we hired New Haven Promise scholars as our interns during the summer. I can tell you that the program works because the interns were always very energetic, intellectually stimulating, and very, very professional. We kept several of them beyond the summer internships throughout the year because they were so good. In addition, I'm familiar with New Haven Promise and the Promise Network because in 2014, I coordinated with Ms. Melton and other Promise professionals from across the country to write a case study on the organization and its broad structures. The purpose of the study was to consider whether a more coordinated connection across all the Promise units, there were 40 at the time, would have benefits. Based on research and extensive interviews, the case study offered 3 different models that the units could use to come together more closely. Unfortunately, the many different Promise organizations decided at that time not to more closely coordinate, but to keep the loose framework that they had coming together annually in their PromiseNet coordination. However, I do think that there are some benefits that would be useful to Connecticut as we consider this new structure that's proposed in the bill, and so I offer that case study and these suggestions to you today. I will say that having said it here today, fortunately, most of them have already been talked about, and I think that many of them are being thought about by the right people, and including the committee. I believe the first one is that to have strong governance and good models as we especially look to establish new organizations. What we did find in the case study is that there really was no one definition of a Promise organization. But I think as Connecticut is looking to seed organizations, it should think about what exactly that should be. It is a place-based model and it's localized. However, there are enough opportunities to create a model with high standards that then can be used in these new locations, and you do not need to start again. Things such as a governance model, who should be on the board, having good internal standards and everything should be written into this model, and yet still will work for different locations. Secondly, sharing of program strategies that have been proven by established Promise organizations should ensure greater success across all programs, organizations. For example, as many people have said here today, research has shown that money is not enough. Successful graduation rates and then employment requires these wraparound services that help students as they approach college. Many students do approach college with little knowledge or practical challenges. Many are first-year generation students. And so the services that have been talked about, helping them understand how to get through college, understanding the student loan process, really allow for this integrated approach and success. And establishing new Promise programs, if the name is going to mean anything, it should mean having not just the money there, but having integrated into it the tools that allow for this success. Further, number 3, finishing school is one step in the process, but what our Promise programs in Connecticut have been able to do, particularly New Haven Promise, is to not only have the students finish school successfully, but then to be prepared and to go to work successfully. So these types of processes and programs that connect the work attainment with the college are also something that we know works and that easily can be duplicated and built into additional models as they go forward. The resume writing sessions, mock interviews, and internship fairs that create these opportunities for students not only expose them to the work world, but it further links the organizations with the employers so that that cycle of to, through, and back is further established, not only for the students, but for the organizations and the communities that they come from. And lastly, the coordinated sharing of information between the different organizations can only add value to this Promise network as it grows in Connecticut. Although the organizations are localized and come from different communities, they still can, we're a small state, and as we're growing this network, the resources geographically and across the organizations should be on a regular basis discussed and at the highest standards should be pursued. Although the differences exist, I think from the beginning we should consider establishing a network that is values coordination and sharing of information and does not become at all competitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't see any, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, joining us remotely is Mark Albin. Following him, Ashley Weiss, who I think is also joining us remotely.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Mark Albin. I'm a small animal veterinarian currently practicing Middlefield. I am also an adjunct professor at the veterinary technician program at Middlesex Community College. And I also happen to be the proud father of a UConn alumnus who is in his second year of veterinary school at Lincoln Memorial University in Tennessee. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Connecticut Veterinary Medical Association, which is the largest professional organization of veterinarians in our state. We are submitting testimony today in support of House Bill 5418, which is an act concerning the Kirkland M. Kerr program. So some background information. According to the American Association of Veterinary Medical Colleges statement on U.S. veterinary workforce published in March of 2024, the quote, significant shortages of veterinarians exist across all sectors of professional activity and at all levels of specialization, unquote. The national shortage of veterinarians is also felt here in Connecticut. Finding veterinarians to fill positions is a challenge for every veterinary hospital, including general practices, urgent care clinics, emergency and specialty hospitals. Many clinics work understaffed with pet owners facing delays in getting their animals appointments to be seen for sick visits, wellness visits, surgeries, and other procedures. The need for more veterinarians in our state is underscored further by the wait times at local veterinary emergency rooms, sometimes as long as 10 to 12 hours. While many students from Connecticut aspire to become veterinarians, the path to veterinary school for them is very challenging. At present, there are only 32 accredited veterinary schools in the continental United States. The only veterinary school in New England is Tufts, which is a private institution and one of the most expensive in the nation, the third most expensive for non-resident first-year students per the AVMC annual data report for 24-25. Presently at Tufts, no seats are reserved for Connecticut residents. So with no in-state or regional options, students from Connecticut, like my son, must apply for highly competitive at-large positions at public veterinary schools in other states, having to pay more expensive non-resident tuition fees, attend private veterinary schools, which can be even more expensive, or attend veterinary schools outside of the United States. Student debt after 4 years can easily surpass $300,000 to $400,000 depending on the school. In its previous iteration, the Kirkland Kerr program provided financial assistance to veterinary students from Connecticut. Through an agreement with Iowa State University, 5 students from Connecticut were guaranteed acceptance annually into their veterinary program and considered in-state residents for the purpose of tuition. Upon graduation, students were required to return to Connecticut to practice for their financial assistance to be forgiven. The CVMA supported passage of that legislation that created Kirkland Kerr and supports this bill, which proposes its revival. The return of the Kirkland Kerr program would be a great step toward Connecticut investing in its future veterinarians. The AAVMC reported that in 2025, approximately 50 students from Connecticut were admitted to veterinary schools in the U.S. That same organization estimates that the national acceptance rate is about 45%, which means that the same number of students applied and were not admitted. CVMA is excited for the opportunity this program offers by guaranteeing not 5, but 10 seats for Connecticut residents at in-state tuition. The structure of the bill, which proposes a means to continue financially supporting Kirkland Kerr and requires graduates to return to Connecticut to practice for 5 years upon completion of their training will hopefully continue to bring veterinary students back home for years to come. If this program were allowed to also consider deferral of repayment of a student's commitment until after advanced training, such as internships and residencies, Connecticut would stand to benefit even further as the demand for specialty care has also increased in this state. Providing Connecticut veterinary students with an education at a lower tuition through this program will increase the number of doctors in our state at a time where they are sorely needed. Our pets are a huge part of our families. Every day I see the lengths that people will go to ensure that these animals are kept happy and healthy. Supporting any legislation that improves the care we can provide for them, like this bill, makes complete sense. And for that reason, the CVMA supports this bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question about one of your final points, which was allowing deferment of repayment until after advanced training. So the average veterinarian program is that a 3-year program or a 4-year program?
Thank you for the question. So in order to become a veterinarian, you have to do 4 years of undergraduate training to get your bachelor's degree, and then 4 years to retain your doctorate. And then after that, if you decide to, because in veterinary medicine, there are specialties such as there are in human medicine, such as internal medicine, orthopedic surgery, neurology, cardiology, then you go on to do first a generalized internship, then a specialty internship. Each of those is 1 year, and then usually a 3-year residency after that, after which you can take an exam to become board specialized. So that's an additional 5 years after graduating from veterinary school.
And this, just to be clear, this program covers the program after the bachelor's degree and before the specialty training?
That's right. It covers the 4 years of veterinary school.
Thank you. And so the benefit, I guess the concern is that at some point, the student is required to start repaying the loan if it's done this way in the end. Typically that loan would start, sometimes those loans start, the repayment schedule starts as soon as the loan is issued. But let's assume that we can delay that until the end of the program. They still have several years of training. I know where this goes. Several years of training before they would be required to move back and start and be eligible for the loan forgiveness portion of the bill. That's what you're saying?
That's what I think would be appropriate. When you're undergoing that advanced training, your salary is not what you attain as a practicing veterinarian or as a specialist. When you're an intern or a resident, you're not making a lot of money. So, for example, when I graduated from veterinary school back in 1994, I did a 1-year internship, and I was allowed to defer the cost, defer repayment of my federal student loans for a year because I was going through advanced training. So it would be similar to that.
Okay, so thank you for that. The other thing I just wanted to reference, it's in the bill, and I know that you testified in support of the bill, but there's a funding mechanism in the bill. It suspends the sales tax exemption for over-the-counter non-prescription drugs for pets, right? I'm not even sure exactly what we're talking about there. Can you tell me what a non-prescription over-the-counter medicine for pets is? Would that include flea and dog collars and that sort of thing, or is it more extensive? I don't know. Is it more extensive than that?
Well, at my hospital, anything that goes out the door is prescription. So there are over-the-counter flea and tick remedies that people can pick up at pet stores. But for medications that we prescribe on a regular basis for heartworm prevention or flea and tick prevention, those are considered prescription medications.
Okay, so yeah, I get it. You're an expert in what you do, and I appreciate that. The bill would not suspend the sales tax exemption on those items, but I guess I'll have to go to the pet store and peruse pet store selection to sort of see exactly what we're talking about. But I appreciate, but your testimony on behalf of the Connecticut Veterinarian Medical Association includes support of that funding mechanism. Is that correct?
At this point, we are very happy to see Kirkland Kerr revived. And in terms of how that is covered, we're going to leave that to the legislation and what they think is best.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any additional questions from members of the committee? I don't see any. Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is someone who's signed up to testify remotely, Ashley Weiss, but I don't see her online. Is she in the waiting room? No. Then we'll move on to Mark Overmeyer Velasquez, followed by Cassandra Gargano.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Mark Overmeyer Velasquez. I'm the campus dean of the University of Connecticut at Hartford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 380 and act implementing the recommendations of the task force to support promise programs in the state. I started the day with a number of students, both from the New Haven and the Hartford Promise, and none of them stuck up. But I want to give a particular shout out here to Deja Carr, who stuck with us for the whole day, and she's an amazing student at UConn Hartford, pursuing her master's degree in public administration. At UConn Hartford, we serve a student body that reflects Connecticut's future. A majority of our amazing undergraduates are first-generation college students. Many come from families with limited financial resources, and most of our first-year in-state students come from households earning less than $75,000 a year annually. Even after financial aid, the remaining cost of attendance remains a real burden for working families. UConn Hartford is a federally designated Hispanic serving institution, and our mission aligns directly with the demographic reality outlined in the task force report and supported in this bill. While Connecticut's overall number of high school graduates is projected to decline, Hispanic graduates are the fastest growing group in our state. Minority enrollment across Connecticut colleges and universities has nearly doubled over the past decade, with significant growth among Hispanic and Black students, yet only 40% of eligible Connecticut students received a state need-based grant. That gap between need and support is not abstract for us. It is visible in our classrooms every day. The Promise model shows us a better path. At UConn Hartford, we see the difference that this integrated model makes. Students who might otherwise stop out because of a relatively small financial gap persist. Students who would work excessive hours off campus instead complete high-impact internships, and students who might have left Connecticut stay here, graduate here, and build careers here. Students like Rashawn Davis, who you heard, or some of you heard at the presser earlier in the day, are a powerful example. A Hartford resident and Hartford Promise scholar, Rashawn used the program's financial and mentorship resources to thrive at UConn Hartford. He earned a bachelor's degree in financial management and is now pursuing an MBA at UConn. And along the way, he completed an internship at Travelers, where he now works. And he's also shared he just bought a home in Hartford. His journey reflects what happens when financial support, mentorship, and opportunity align. 32% of Hartford Promise scholars choose to attend UConn. Approximately 75% graduate from college, far exceeding the national average of about 50% for students from similar backgrounds. Within 6 months of graduation, 95% secure employment or enter graduate school, and 85% remain working in Connecticut. That's workforce development and a return of investment on our state. So on behalf of our students and families of UConn Hartford, I thank you for your commitment to expanding Promise programs and increasing state funding for financial aid to bring us into parity with our peers around the country. UConn's Vice President for Student Life and Enrollment, who you heard from earlier, and his team are currently in the process of analyzing the task force recommendations and will be providing feedback to the committee in the coming weeks to ensure that the legislation can support UConn and university students to the fullest extent possible. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Cassano Gargano. She'll be followed by Walanja Jerome.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Cassandra, and I'm a proud alumna of New Haven Promise. Because of Promise, I graduated debt-free from the University of Connecticut with a bachelor's degree in economics. As a first-generation college student, I did not understand how college finances worked. I assumed I would go wherever I wanted and take out loans, no big deal. But when I received my acceptance letter to UConn, my mom immediately paid the deposit. She told me, "You're going to UConn because of New Haven Promise," and that decision changed my life. The Promise Scholarship combined with my financial aid not only covered my costs, but allowed me to receive a refund each semester. Instead of stressing about tuition bills, I was able to focus on my academics, pursue leadership opportunities, and fully engage in campus life. But Promise was more than a scholarship. It provided professional development, accountability, and career guidance. I took full advantage of the talent program, landing an internship with Yale Finance and other competitive full-time offers post-grad. As a first-generation student, that structure mattered just as much as the financial support. I later earned my master's degree in Student Affairs Administration and Higher Education. Even then, I leaned on New Haven Promise for career support. I remember telling my graduate school peers, "New Haven Promise will help me find a job," and it did. Today, I serve as talent manager at New Haven Promise. I now connect scholars to paid internships, full-time employment after graduation, graduate school support, financial literacy education, professional development opportunities, and much, much more. The same system that supported me is one I now have the privilege of strengthening for others. My sister is also a Promise scholar. Promise made college affordable for us and fundamentally changed the trajectory of our family. We are now educated professionals contributing to Connecticut's workforce because someone invested in our potential. That is why Senate Bill 380 matters. We need the state to care deeply about higher education, workforce retention, and investing in an educated workforce. Promise programs need sustained support to remain effective, and more towns need access to these models. The labor market is increasingly competitive. Without access to higher education and without structured support that ensures students complete degrees and secure meaningful employment, it will only become much harder for residents to earn a thriving wage and remain in Connecticut. When the state invests in Promise programs, it invests in families, local economies, and long-term workforce strength. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Representative Ackert is.
Cassandra, thank you, and congratulations on your success. Now, you had mentioned you're at, after you graduated, you're talking about college, and you said that your mom had said that you're all set because Promise is going to pay your tuition. Is that the first time you heard about Promise, or did you know about it?
Yeah, so I remember in 7th grade when New Haven Promise was announced for the city. The staff came to our school. It was like a big pep rally kind of event, and it was really exciting. I think my sister at the time, she was a few years older than me, and so she got the New Haven Promise Scholarship first. And so it was just really great to sort of see how the program grew from when she first accepted the scholarship to what it is now.
Great. Thank you for that answer, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, Mr. Jerome. I'm not going to make the same mistake that Representative Slapp made earlier and try to reverse your names. But you do have a last name that also is a first name, I think. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Walanja Jerome. I came to the United States from a refugee camp in Tanzania with my family 10 years ago. Growing up, college felt uncertain and far away. However, I valued my education and remained curious about how a mechanical device works. That curiosity led me to pursue mechanical engineering and develop a strong interest in designing and manufacturing. As a second language speaker, adjusting to life and school in the United States was challenging. After middle school, I applied to several high schools and was accepted at the University High School of Science and Engineering. For 4 years, I took 2 buses to school and 2 buses home each day. I worked hard academically, even though the future felt uncertain. I believed that when time came, I would find a way to support myself through college. One afternoon, my guidance counselor told me that if I maintain a good attendance and high grades, I would be qualified for a scholarship from Hartford Promise. From that day forwards, I focused on continuing to do my best academically, and in 2021, I graduated and began my college journey as a Hartford Promise scholar. At first, I thought commuting to college would not be difficult since I have been taking city buses for years. However, my college schedule was demanding. I had early classes, long gaps in between, afternoon classes, and a lab at night. After 4 or 5 p.m., buses became less reliable. Some days I waited 3 or more hours, especially when leaving late from a lab and just missing the bus. It became difficult to focus. I often spent more time on campus waiting for transportation than I did in class. I began to feel disconnected and not fully part of the campus community. This is when I discovered the Hartford Promise Scholar could live on campus free of charge through a partnership with the University of Hartford. Moving on campus changed everything. It allowed me to focus on my studies in one of the most challenging majors. As a resident student, my schedule became more manageable and I regained momentum in my academic progress. Hartford Promise is more than a scholarship. Hartford Promise staff consistently check in with students and provide mentorship, internships, and coaching. Even during difficult times, they remain present and supportive. My brother and sister are also Hartford Promise scholars, and we all pursue STEM career that Connecticut needs. Today, I am a U.S. citizen. I have completed my mechanical engineering requirements with a minor in mathematics, and I will be graduating with a bachelor degree in May of 2026. What began as a dream has become a real and achievable future that is possible because of Hartford Promise. I hope that other students with a dream and goals are given the same opportunity that I was. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Congrats. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm looking to see if Joshua Spire is online. Sapphire, he's not. Gabriela Anderson Sanchez. Followed by Paul Tarbucks. Welcome to the committee. Thanks for hanging in there with us. So you can start when you're ready.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the committee. My name is Gabriela Anderson Sanchez, and I am here to support Bill 380. I am Hartford born and raised, and today I serve as the City of Hartford Senior Operations Manager. I work here at City Hall. But before any title, before any role, I was a Hartford Promise Scholar myself. I am who I am because of my parents, and I would like to state that first and foremost. They instilled discipline in me. They taught me responsibility, consistency, and faith. They built my foundation. But even strong foundations need support beams. And for me, that was Hartford Promise. When I left home to study in Norton, Massachusetts at Wheaton College, I carried my parents' lessons with me. But I also carried the reassurance that I was not doing it alone. And Hartford Promise didn't just help me financially. They checked in on me. They guided me. They reminded me of my potential on days when I questioned it myself. As you may know, college is more than classes and exams. It's an adjustment. It's sometimes doubt. It's growth. And having someone in your corner makes all the difference. When COVID brought me back home in 2020, upon graduation, I thought it was temporary. I thought I was going to move back to Massachusetts. But in returning, I realized something deeper. Hartford is where I feel most grounded, where I feel most supported. And that's because, as silly as it sounds, home is where the heart is. And Hartford Promise ensures that students never feel disconnected from home while they're building their future. There were moments in my academic journey that were challenging, moments where giving up might have been easier, but Hartford Promise believed in me consistently, not just when it was convenient, not just when I was excelling, but throughout my entire journey. and that belief matters. Today, I serve the same city that invested in me, and I know that certainly I would not be here standing without that investment, without that guidance, without that steady support behind me. Hartford Promise did not just help me earn a degree, they helped shape my confidence, my leadership, and my commitment to service to my community. I am simply one example of what happens when young people are supported holistically. That means financially, academically, and personally. When we believe in students, they rise to meet that belief. And I thank you for allowing me to share my story.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so thanks again. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you for having me. Of course, thank you.
Mr. Tarbox, you are up, and then President Free is joining us virtually, and I see her in the waiting area. So, Paul Tarbox, good to see you.
Great to see you all. Paul Tarbox. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Communications for the Connecticut Council on Problem Gambling. Having going back to my old functions as committee clerk, I won't bore you with reading my very detailed yet compelling testimony that's available online. But what I will say is that we're here in support of Senate Bill 381. We think it's a much needed kind of step to address gambling-related harm as it's kind of rising. We operate the state's 24/7 problem gambling helpline, and we're actually noticing since the advent of online gaming, to include sports betting, that most of the population calling us is progressively coming younger and younger, shifting more towards men. Additionally, we've had quite a few horror calls between people that have gambled away their tuition or money for books or from parents. So one of the big things that we believe in is prevention as a tool. We have a college program that we kind of currently administer, and we've been successful for the people that have chosen to apply for those grants. But we would love to see if between us and our community partners, we could go across to all of the Connecticut colleges and offer, screening events or just opportunities to interface with students and let them know the resources that are available for, individuals and families facing gambling-related harm, or if they choose to gamble, tips and strategies on how to gamble responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Paul. Let me see if there's any questions, folks. Yeah, Representative Acker.
Thank you. Paul, it's always good to see you, and no matter what job you're in. The institutions didn't create the problem, though. The state of Connecticut has allowed gambling to be wide open, and the federal government is even worse in terms of some of the other things that are out there. To have to make an institution do this, my thought is that the state ponies up the support for that. What are your thoughts on that in terms of somebody in your position with the gambling organization?
Well, essentially, at least the way that I'm kind of envisioning the bill would be kind of actively pursued, there's plenty of community partners that'd be willing to come on for free. So other than just allowing, whether requesting a resource van or asking the Connecticut Council or some of the Better Choice bureaus in order to set up a table event where we can kind of interface with students, it shouldn't really be that much of a drag on the current administration or any budgets.
All right. I always think people power costs money, and I thank you that the fact that you mentioned that there's organizations that are ready to help do that, and I appreciate that. So look forward to hearing more about this and a discussion with the leadership of this committee to bring this legislation that's unfortunately needed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I have a question, Paul. I mean, how do you think we ensure that that this bill, moves the needle? I mean, there's no question that that gambling, is a big problem, especially among young men, right? No question. I mean, all the statistics show that. And so what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to belittle the idea, but just having some folks who are experts on it, right? An organization come and and there's flyers up around the hall that say they're going to be there, and anybody who wants to stop by at the student union or whatever can hear about it. I mean, is that really going to move the needle? Like, how? I mean, we know there's a problem. What's the best way to do it? And that said, right, we need to be sensitive to things like what Representative Ackert just said, who's going to pay for it, right? And so this seems to me like a fairly light touch. I guess the question that I have, is it too light?
Well, actually, I've always kind of been a proponent, and both of you, Rep. Haddad and Senator Slappin, had taught me that legislation's incremental. It's important to kind of have a first step. That being said, putting on my old school days before when I was in the military doing recruiting, it really depends on your table displays. When you have a dynamic display with giveaways and things like that to draw attention, you can actually sit there and have conversations and interface with students about conversations that they may not have wanted to. We actually were able to create, we were the first nonprofit to create a custom Pez give out. I had harassed the CEO for months to finally get that to happen, and it kind of goes like wildfire. So creativity and interface. We had a grantee of one of our programs at Southern who actually used some of the money that we were able to kind of give them to create a specialty screening event. It said, I screen, you screen, we all screen for ice cream. And they had a giant ice cream truck, and they had hundreds of students come get free ice cream while being screened for the gambling severity process. So, is it a solution to all the potential problems? No. Do I think that it might interface with a lot more students than having us not be there? Yes.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you brought us this idea, and I do appreciate that you and your organization care about the issue and are trying to find solutions. So I'm not in any way kind of undermining that, but and thank you for your thoughtful response and creativeness as well. Anyone else have any questions? Representative Haddad.
Yeah, the bill references nonprofit organizations receiving funding pursuant to Section 17A-713 of the general statutes. I presume your organization is one such organization that receives funding through that section of the statutes?
We are. So it's the Chronic Gamblers Rehabilitation Fund, which we should probably also change the name at some point. But so essentially, there really comes down to two pillars of funding. There's the treatment side, and then there's the prevention side. We're funded on the prevention side, and we're listed as such, but also the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services actually funds better treatment programs and gambling awareness coordinators and other type of institutions with behavioral health and knowledge of community kind of outreach that would also apply to this, and they're across the state.
Okay, thank you. And so, and this applies to public institutions of higher education. I presume that what you're suggesting is that you can, within those funding lines that you already receive, you'll be able to effectively afford to run programs, just if you're essentially if you're invited on campuses, and that what you're really looking for here is for public institutions to invite you or a similar organization onto campus regularly to do what you do best.
Well, the bill just calls for once a year, but obviously we would love to be invited more often. We just know that we've partnered with several colleges, both private and public, and we've built relationships with them. Not all of them, specifically some of the satellites, have we been able to make inroads with, and if this allows that, we just think it's a great opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Paul, one more, and this may be unfair of me to ask. I am putting you on the spot, but I'm not asking you to break any ground here. But do you know if the Connecticut Council on Problem Gambling has any position on the idea, and there's been some discussion about a change in the law for allowing in-state gambling on not just public universities, but on in-state schools, right? So in other words, right, students would be in-state. I just want to make sure I'm clear for folks who are listening. But so one could bet on whether it be a public or a private school, right? Does your organization have any position on that, which currently is not allowed?
So just to clarify, if it was a Connecticut-based school, people currently aren't allowed to bet on Connecticut-based schools, and the change would be to allow that, correct?
Correct.
Right. We initially advocated for that prohibition being placed in the first place, and we would not support that change at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No?
Just since we're going down that road, let me just ask you about one other
We're
thing.
on the road, yeah.
I think the NCAA might already be considering this, but do you have a position on whether or not gambling should include prop bets? Well, I'll just ask the question. Go ahead.
So prop bets are we're generally not for or against gambling. We're trying to connect people with resources, but we will say that prop bets and the ability to bet with the high frequency can lead people down avenues that could result in gambling-related harm and problems. Said that as carefully as I could for you.
Thank you for your response, and thanks for bringing this bill to our attention.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate your time. Okay, last on our agenda is President Free with the University of St. Joseph. The president is joining us virtually. There she is in her office. Great. Good to see you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I am Rona Free, president of the University of St. Joseph, here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 380. USJ has collaborated with Heart for Promise since that program was launched in 2016. And based on the success of the Heart for Promise scholars who have enrolled at USJ, we offer a full match of their Promise scholarship up to $5,000. And we do this because the Promise program rewards high school students who show up, study hard, and earn good grades, and it creates incentives for all students to develop those behaviors. Heart for Promise scholars who meet that program's eligibility requirements have high retention, persistence, and graduation rates when they get to college. They come to USJ with the work ethic, academic preparation, and skills they need to be successful students. Senate Bill 380 calls for the support of existing Promise programs, the establishment of new Promise programs, and creation of the Scholar Success Grant. It requires that participating institutions offer a first-year experience program, financial literacy training, a transparent multi-year financial aid award letter, and an advisor from admission through graduation. USJ has been providing these resources to Heart for Promise scholars since they first enrolled. These supports, along with the financial aid they receive from USJ, federal sources, and the Roberta Willis Scholarship, are as critical to their success as are their own behaviors and abilities. Senate Bill 380 limits participation to students and institutions in Connecticut. This will ensure that most graduates remain in the state after earning their degrees, maximizing the return on the state's investment by strengthening Connecticut's workforce and tax base. And critically, it allows students to take their grants to attend the college, public or private, within Connecticut that best meets their needs and career goals. This is vital to workforce development, as independent nonprofit colleges and universities in Connecticut award a majority of the degrees in critical workforce areas, including computer and information sciences, engineering, biological sciences, health professions, and physical sciences. Expansion and support for Promise programs, as proposed in Senate Bill 380, will expand opportunity and workforce development and help build stronger communities. The University of St. Joseph offers its strong support. Thank you.
Thank you, President Free. I do not see any questions, so I think that's it. Thanks for all that you do, and look forward to continuing the dialogue with you going forward. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, my mic is on. That's going to conclude our public hearing. It looks like, if I had to be a betting man, pun intended, I would say that, thank you, most likely our next meeting would be on Thursday, the 12th, right, potentially. No, I guess we're still evaluating that now. But anyway, we know we have to post it a certain amount of time ahead of time. That would be a committee meeting, yeah. No, we have one more on the 10th. Yeah, one more set of bills on March 10th for a public hearing, and then, so we'd have 2 more committee meetings. So, all right, that'll do it. Thanks, everybody. We will see you next week.